After one of the most unlikeliest of runs throughout the football season, the Beresford Watchdogs football team has translated over into the basketball season. And what has not always been the prettiest continues to be undefeated. Welcome to Watchdogs Live here on Live Ticket TV. Filling in for Jared Olson here on this Tuesday evening. I'm Heath Nimke, and it's great to be with you on this Tuesday night as we get you set for a doubleheader here in Beresford, South Dakota between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Beresford Watchdogs. Let's set the scene for the two games we have on tap for tonight. As I was just mentioning, petition just a couple numbers off for the Beresford Watchdogs this past football season. They made an amazing run throughout Class A, falling just one game short of making it to the Dome and playing for a state title. But so many of those great athletes that we saw on the football field have now translated over into the basketball court and inside Region 4, the toughest region when it comes to Class A in the state of South Dakota. They are certainly giving a run for it, and certainly it's going to need to find more wins. A Beresford Watchdogs team that comes from the Big East, not the DAC-12, after they left a few years ago. But again, they've had success so far this season, but tonight doesn't necessarily help them if they win a whole lot in seed points. But one thing that could hinder the Beresford Watchdogs, that is, if they lose. And on the flip side, game number 1 of the season. Once again, we talk about Region 4A. And for the Lady Watchdogs, they've had an amazing season, but they find themselves all the way down in 7th out of 8 teams here in this Region 4, even with a 50% record and better, just because of how difficult this region has been so far. But of course, the main headlines coming into tonight isn't the boys game, and it's not even what necessarily this matchup is. It's all about the Vermillion girls here at the moment as they get ready for another very busy week, ultimately coming in at 14-0 overall after they had their let's call it the worst performance of the season on Saturday evening in the Sacred Hoops Classic. They still found a way to win and get to 14-0 on the season after beating Laverne, Minnesota 32-31, which included the Vermillion girls not scoring at all in that second quarter. Now, after Sunday, the DAC-12 NEC clash pairings were released, but even by Saturday night, we knew what it was going to say. Number 1 versus number 2, Hamlin and Vermillion. But again, you have to get ready for Sioux Falls Christian on Thursday, and you can't overlook the Beresford Watchdogs, who would certainly love to end this perfect season for the Vermillion girls here on their home court tonight. We have plenty to get to coming up here on our pregame show. Again, Heath Nimke filling in for Jared Olson, part of the Watchdogs Nation. And what we have coming up, we're going to catch up with some coaches here on the pregame show, talk more about the season for Beresford girls and how this has all transgressed so far this season after they had a big tournament as well, kind of sort of this past weekend. We'll talk more about them coming out of the Big East. We'll also catch up with head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls and talk about the success of the Vermillion girls. In fact, we are going to switch things up tonight since Watchdogs are home and we are on Watchdogs Live. We're going to switch our way around of how we do interviews. Head coach John Brooks is actually on the way next to talk about this matchup against the Watchdogs and also talk about how busy this week is going to be. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV and Watchdogs Live is brought to you by Jensen Real Estate and Insurance. They're an independent insurance agency, which means they have made available some of the best companies for your insurance coverage. They service clients across the state with office locations in Beresford, Sioux Falls, and Elk Point. At Jensen Insurance and Real Estate, they work with every customer to work and address all of your concerns. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Redesign Antiques in Beresford, located in historic downtown. They have over 4,000 square feet of floor space filled with antiques and there's something for everyone to find at Redesign Antiques, again in historic downtown Beresford. All right, coaches' interviews and learning more about Vermillion and the Watchdogs as we're past the halfway point of the season. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Ace is the place where
Fiesta Foods in Beresford is a family-owned store that offers a convenient one-stop shop where you can find everything you need, from the everyday essentials to specialty items from around the world. Find their weekly ad on their website. Fiesta Foods also has the best selection of cut meats in their deli department, fresh bakery, and fresh produce. And no matter the season or holiday, Fiesta Foods has it all right there in store. Open 7 days a week. Fiesta Foods is your one-stop store right in the hometown of Beresford.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
Customer service is more than just a word. It's what Jensen Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance does every day.
We have more companies than most agencies in town. We're able to find a competitive market for each family. We're able to farm that out, quote it with each of our carriers, including Auto Owners Insurance, of course, and see where it best fits.
In Sioux Falls, Beresford, and Elk Point, go to jensenagencyonline.com to find out more. Jensen Insurance Agency, building relationships since 1944.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old? Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. Welcome back here to Live Ticket TV as we are getting you set here on the pregame show for the Beresford Watchdogs and the Vermillion Tanagers. Tonight's doubleheader here on both Vermillion Tanagers Live and Watchdogs Live. It's great to be back here with Watchdogs Live as well. Got to help out during the football season. Got to watch that amazing playoff run. Of course, falling just one game short. No, so close for the Watchdogs as well. But great to be back and filling in for Jared Olson here tonight and his crew. They've done an amazing job of bringing you Watchdogs athletics all season long. Of course, Jared just an amazing guy, and being able to help bring this together in mid-October, and then having all the sponsors jump on board as well, and give them a big shout out, including Beresford Chiropractic and Massage by Sherry. Beresford Chiropractic has you covered if you hurt something or anything that slips out of place with this winter weather. And Massage by Sherry is offering Valentine's Day massages. You can find out more by checking out their Facebook page. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Kristen & Company. Treat Kristen's Closet like your own. Enjoy refreshments while shopping and relaxing with your gal pals. Book your private shopping event or find out more by visiting them on Facebook. You'll receive host rewards for inviting your friends as well. All right, as I mentioned, Coach Brooks' conversation we're going to hold off on that. That's coming up here in just a little bit because I said it was going to be Coach Brooks and then Coach Paulson, but Watchdog Nation, Coach Paulson never got back to me. So that being said, and it's a little unfortunate that we're not able to have Watchdog Nation feature the girls a little bit more with their basketball team and how good of a season they have had. Again, 7-6 overall. They've been competing tough so far this season. And what we can do, talk more a little bit more about in this matchup, is the region standings. Again, this is not a DAC 12 game tonight, but this is a Region 4 game, and so big when it comes to the region standings and where both these two teams find themselves at right now. We'll talk more about the Vermillion girls here in just a moment, but first let's specify on Region 4. As we know, Vermillion is number 1 overall, and actually by quite a large margin, by over 3.5 points seed point wise, which is very impressive to say the least. Usually when you get to this point of the season, the seed points, it's about a margin, especially in the middle of the pack, of like 0.5, if that. But to be over 3 points ahead in first place has been impressive what Vermillion girls have been able to do. In second is Lennox at 11-3 overall. In third right now is T Area, 5-6, but at 41.36 seed points. The reason they find themselves up in third place is by the strength of schedule that the Lady Titans play. They play a lot of AA teams, again, getting them ready for that transition and make it up to AA here in the next couple of seasons. So they play a lot bigger of schools than what we see a lot of other teams like Vermillion and Beresford playing other Class A teams or playing even Class B teams. And fourth is Canton at 8-4 overall. Fifth is Elk Point Jefferson at 7-5. Sixth is Dakota Valley at 4-10. Then, as I mentioned, Beresford, still with a winning record, finds themselves all the way down at 7. And then Parker is number 8. If the playoffs were to happen tomorrow, the most likely of matchups would be Vermillion versus Parker, Lennox versus Beresford, T versus Dakota Valley, and Canton versus Elk Point Jefferson. So, Watchdog fans, why do we find ourselves in 7th in the standings at 7-6 overall? Where again it comes to the big matchups, games that you've won and that you've lost, and it comes unfortunately that some of the biggest teams you have played comes at a losing mark. Again, you look at games like Sioux Valley, a team that's 10-4 overall that really help with seed points. With a loss doesn't necessarily help, and then a couple bad losses in there as well. And then the wins don't necessarily help. You get a big win against Parker, but you get the minimum seed points of just 41. Same with a game like Chester area, even Madison, Baltic as well. Win those games, but if teams have a very bad losing record, you only get a minimum of 41 points. Same as Vermillion. Vermillion just has happened to play some of the cream of the crop so far this season, including getting 50 seed points against Ponca, against Lennox, against Wagner, and they will also get 50 seed points for Laverne, Minnesota. They're going to get additional seed points that haven't been calculated in yet against Worthington, Minnesota, as they are considered a double team or AA team from the state of Minnesota. So it all depends on who you play and if you win. It doesn't depend on the margin you win by, it just depends on where, if you win or lose, and then where their record is at. And again, full seed points haven't necessarily been fully calculated up, because when you play against teams outside of the state, those don't get calculated up until their very last record, just because they don't fall within the system. That being said, looking more specifically at the Vermillion Tanagers, a team that is ranked number 2 in Class A, receiving 3 first-place votes, 14-0 overall. This is a very busy week after they just got a 1-point victory against a Laverne, Minnesota team, who, by the way, Tanager fans, that Laverne team played again just last night, and they got another victory. So a very, very good Laverne, Minnesota team who has only had 2 losses so far this season. But again, Beresford tonight. And then what maybe some fans don't realize, receiving votes, Sioux Falls Christian back home on Thursday. Everyone's looking ahead to Saturday game where it's number 1 versus number 2 in Class A, Hamlin versus Vermillion. But that Sioux Falls Christian game, not only are those girls receiving votes, but also that is a chance for the Vermillion girls to win a share of the DAC 12 title. They can win it outright if they go undefeated inside the DAC-12. That could, again, all depend on how everything else shakes out, even for Sioux Falls Christian. But if they were to win that, they would at least guarantee a share of the DAC-12 title, and it could win it outright coming up against Dakota Valley on February 7th. So very big tonight, a region opponent in the Beresford Watchdogs. Sioux Falls Christian receiving votes, have a chance at sharing a piece of that DAC-12 title. And then, as we mentioned, number 1 Hamlin coming up on Saturday. And this is also tough for the Vermillion girls, because after that, the season kind of drops off a little bit. A Dakota Valley team that hasn't been the same that we've seen the past couple of years. Only 4 wins, as we've mentioned. An Irene Wakanda team, a lot of special moments coming up for the girls. More specifically, Brooke Jensen we'll talk about as that game gets closer, but that's a Class B team. And then a Parker team that we're actually going to see back-to-back, as Parker right now sitting in bottom of the region. That will be the first matchup when it comes to region postseason as well. But a Parker Pheasants team that has yet to win a game, also coming from the Big East, a team that the Beresford Watchdogs have seen. So a very busy week, and then things kind of peter off before we get to region playoffs, which are coming up in the middle of February. That is a look at your region standings, more specifically where these two teams find themselves at. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by our Vermillion and Watchdog sponsors, including First Bank and Trust. Enjoy the convenience of digital banking from anywhere, including fast and secure mobile and online options. Customized features let you streamline banking tasks across all platforms, even other financial institutions. Banking has never been easier than with First Bank and Trust. Tonight's broadcast also brought to you by Masaba. At Masaba, people are valued as much as performance and ethics are a way of life. Join the talented team developing and delivering unparalleled, dependable solutions to partners around the world. Share your expertise, skill, and commitment to excellence with them and become a rock star of their growing company today. Apply at masaba.com. All right, we continue on here on the pregame show. Coming up next, head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls to talk about that huge victory against Laverne and also talk more about this busy week. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
The foundation for how we do business is right in our initials, W-E. We. Everything we do is a partnership. We understand solving the many complex challenges growers face every day takes teamwork. And when we succeed, we do it together. That's the power of we.
Welcome back to Beresford High School as we're getting you set here on a Live Ticket TV for tonight's broadcast of our doubleheader. The girls coming up here in just a moment. Head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls is on the way next. As I mentioned earlier, Coach P was not able to catch up with us here on the broadcast, but do want to give some more love to the Beresford Watchdogs as I'm joined right now with Easton here on the mic. Of course, Easton, a Watchdog fan and student himself. Easton, a girls team that comes in 7-6 overall, but these girls have been together for quite some time. What should we expect to see from the Watchdog girls tonight?
We're expecting to see some very aggressive play. They like to go out and steal the ball. We have some good players that can shoot, but usually we like to get up close and try to score in the paint. But our shooting game is to be feared.
When it comes to the size, that is something Vermillion has had quite a bit of over teams so far this season, is size inside. And that factors into tonight. How do you guys try to work the glass against the Vermillion girls?
Usually we have very good arms. I know we're not the tallest, but we have very athletic girls who are able to get some good height on their jump with Savannah Beeson. I've seen her have some great tip-offs. Usually we have just a little bit of height in Harley Koth and some other of our teammates, but otherwise usually it's just the jumping ability.
And I can remember Savannah from the volleyball season as well, as you mentioned her jump and what she's able to do athletically. A very, very impressive player. Also for the Watchdogs, trying to knock off number 2 in Class A, the Vermillion girls, 14-0, undefeated. Is there any extra mojo you come into a game when you're taking on a Tanagers team that's undefeated on the season?
I was talking to their coach, Paulson, this morning. I entered into her class. I'm like, what you doing against this game? How you feeling? She's like, we're going to come in and we're going to break that undefeated season right there.
Well, as you mentioned it, Coach Brooks gives a lot of credit to this Watchdog team and how nervous he is when he has to play here at Beresford. We're going to take a commercial break, and when we come back, head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Classics Lounge in downtown Beresford is your destination for fun with darts, pool, and to catch all the action no matter what game it is. The colder season is here. Keep your perfect golf swing by using the indoor golf simulator. From the gridiron to the court, Classics is your spot to catch all activities of Watchdogs Live. Ready to cool off with a cold one? Classics Lounge is always ready to serve them up with a bite to eat too. That's Classics Lounge in downtown Beresford.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
The Bridges at Beresford is the best 9-hole course in the area. You know that. The Bridges at Beresford is home to much more, including, starting next Thursday, the Thursday night special returns for the colder season. Food specials from 5 to 9. There's also the Friday happy hour for appetizers and money off adult beverages. Need room for a holiday party? There's plenty at Bridges of Beresford. Call today or find out the full details at beresfordbridges.com.
Welcome back here to Live Ticket TV as we are getting you set for tap and a doubleheader between the Vermillion Tanagers and Beresford Watchdogs. Looking forward to this great matchup of both teams. And we're getting you set for the girls matchup, and it's time to get into our coaches conversation with head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls. A Vermillion girls team ranked number 2 right now in Class A, 14-0 overall, coming after the huge victory they had Saturday evening at the Elman Center on the campus of Augustana University, winning 32-31. but certainly in that game, the offense seemed spotty at times. And how do the Vermillion girls respond back to, well, finding their offense against Beresford? And let's address the elephant in the room as well. What is coming up for this week? Now, I know some people have branded this a Region 4 game, which is so huge. It's not a DAC 12 game. Don't get that lost in the shuffle. Beresford left a couple of years ago to actually move to the Big East Conference. They have been playing their Big East Conference, so this is not a DAC 12 matchup. But as we mentioned, a Region 4 opponent tonight. Then coming up on Thursday, not only is Sioux Falls Christian receiving votes when it comes to the girls basketball team, but that is a chance for Vermillion to have a share of the DAC 12 title, something they have never had in their possession. If they could win that game, they could ultimately win it outright coming up against Dakota Valley. And then number 1 Hamlin on Saturday. So this is a huge week for the Vermillion girls. And in our conversation with head coach John Brooks, we talked about the pressure the girls are facing as the offense has slipped, but the defense has hung around, and how you just get ready for Watchdogs tonight, Sioux Falls Christian on Thursday, and number 1 Hamlin on Saturday. And no, I did not ask, we did not joke around at all about the Philadelphia Eagles and San Francisco 49ers. We already knew what happened in that game. No reason to talk about it anymore. Here he is on our pregame conversation. It's head coach John Brooks. Coach Brooks, a huge week, and we're going to talk more about this huge week coming up here in just a moment, because I think a lot of people focus on Hamlin, number 1, coming up on Saturday evening, but I think there might be something even bigger when it comes to these Vermillion girls and what they have a chance at. That, I mean, you have to correct me later on. I don't remember when last it was done. But first, we go back to this past Saturday at Laverne, Minnesota. A lot of things didn't go right in that game, but you found a way to win. When you got a chance to look a little bit over the film, a little bit over the stats, what's the one thing that if you could go back in time that you would change in that game to have an even better result than just winning by 1 point?
Yeah, Laverne obviously presented a lot of challenges, and they're very long and athletic, and we kind of looked at it. Even when we got the ball to good spots against them, we couldn't make good passes out of there because they were getting deflections and everything all over the place. So you can see why they're really good. You know, we talked about what they kind of ran a little bit of a matchup zone. We probably should have maybe ran some more of our man concepts instead of our zone concepts, and maybe that would have helped us out some. But overall, just it was 2 good defensive teams that had a lot of length out there, and both teams just struggled to score.
When looking at this season, you and I have talked about this in years past. There is a board that exists in the girls' locker room of goals that you would like to accomplish. And I can imagine that on that goal list, one of them does not say go undefeated. But I can almost guarantee one of them has something along the lines of winning the DAC 12 conference. You have a chance to win at least a share of it if you're able to beat Sioux Falls Christian coming up this Thursday. How big is that game when you look at accomplishing goals throughout this season, and how important for your team?
Absolutely. You know, that's one of our goals that we have written on our board, like you said. Beresford, who used to be in our conference here tonight, they're not in our conference anymore, but they are in our region. So we have a big region game tonight, and then, like you said, with Thursday night with Sioux Falls Christian, you know, we only have two games left in conference with them in Dakota Valley, but this one against Christian will at least give us a share if we can win that one. And I think the DAC 12 was actually formed when I got here for my first year. It's so 10 years ago, and in 10 years we've never been able to win conference. So that's going to be a big one for us.
Yeah, because I was thinking, I wasn't for sure if you'd ever won it or not, or at least had a share with it. I know, of course, there's been some seasons in the past that you've come close, but of course, as we saw earlier this season, you got your first ever win against West Central, which has always been holding you back, and of course, just coming in this region. And you're exactly right. I think we all get caught up in receiving votes. Sioux Falls Christian DAC 12 game this Thursday. Coming up on Saturday, number 1 Hamlin. But we need to draw this back closer, taking on the Beresford Watchdogs team, a team that has a winning record but finds themselves bottom or towards the bottom of the Region 4. How big of a matchup is this tonight against the Watchdogs, and why is this a team you can't just simply overlook?
yeah, Beresford 7-6 this year, having a really nice season. Region opponent, always been a good rival game between Beresford and Vermillion girls basketball. So they're always ready. And in my opinion, one of the toughest gyms to walk into and win. It's just I don't know what it is about their gym, but it is not easy to go in there. So we went in there a couple years ago when we probably were favored by quite a bit and shot like 17% their gym and lost by a point or two. So you got to be prepared and ready when you walk into Beresford. They play hard. They got enough talent in their gym to beat you if you're not ready to play.
Yeah, you talk about the talent that they have, and I look at this is a team that, again, yeah, record doesn't necessarily indicate, but Fickbaum, Beeson, I mean, I just look at a few of these different girls, even Autumn, Koth on there, have all been huge names for this team the past few years. I mean, this is a team that has been together, it seems like 3-4 years now. How much of a challenge is that going to be, a team that's been so knitted together over the past couple of seasons?
Yeah, and a different team than what we saw with Laverne on Saturday is they're not as big, they're shorter, but they are athletic, they are fast. They pressure you in their 2-3 zone. They get out and extend it. They'll extend it full court, and they play really hard on defense. And that's going to be us taking care of the ball and then getting the ball inside the paint is going to be a big key tonight. And then we got to shut down Merriman. Point guard, lefty for them, has been over 20 multiple times this year. Shoots the three extremely well. We have to know where she's at all times.
To look at this season, we talked about offense and what these girls could accomplish. Now, granted, you maybe throw out the Del Rapids game because you could probably get to that mark, but you've gotten to 62 4 different times. But even against Garrettson 51, Elk Point Jefferson 47, of course against Laverne 32. Coach, what does it take to find the offense? It seems like we've been relying so much on the defense of late. Where's the offense at?
Yeah, we kind of talked about that the last couple of games. It felt like we were just putting so much pressure on our defense, and the offense just hasn't gotten going. So, I think a lot of it is, it's just in the middle of the season right now where things get tough. It just turns into such a grind, game in and game out. And honestly, we've just been on the road so much. I feel like if we get some good home games in to get on our home gym, those things would kind of take care of themselves. But we've just been away from our place a lot. So, and that's the same tonight. And we're going to be on the road in a very difficult place to shoot the basketball. So we got to keep our defense. The defense has to travel with us, and hopefully at some point these shots start falling as well.
Well, as we do approach the last month, the month of February, which does mean region games are coming up. The Sodak 16 is climbing 14-0, number 2, still receiving 3 first-place votes. And you mentioned home. You get against Sioux Falls Christian, you get against Dakota Valley, and you're going to have 2 more games with the region tournament that will be at home, or at least that's what's expected. How has the pressure, how has the health been of the team in trying to manage that as we do enter this last month?
We told the girls the other day that after this week, we're going to be down to 3 regular season games. And so it is time to start down to getting in that boat where regions is right around the corner. And I think playing in big games is going to help us handle that pressure. I think going into Thursday and kind of almost playing the championship game with a chance to wrap up a conference championship, starting to put those pressure games on us during the regular season will help prepare us for those postseason games. So we got some big games coming up, and we're looking forward to them.
Well, as you could probably tell in his voice as well, the pressure hasn't gotten to Coach Brooks, but a little bit of the sickness has. Coach Brooks has been under the weather the past couple of days and is hoping to be with his squad. As we caught up with him earlier here on the interview, is Coach Brooks on the sidelines? We'll get to those details, and of course the opening tap, the starting lineups between Vermillion and Beresford. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
We all want to be happy, but sometimes that doesn't feel possible. But if you have hope, you have everything. Rising Hope Counseling provides high-quality mental health services with locations across South Dakota. Additionally, by providing telehealth, we ensure South Dakota's rural residents have access to high-quality mental health services. Our team lives and works in your communities, and we understand the unique challenges we face. Schedule an appointment by phone or online today. Rising Hope Counseling, offering hope, healing, and change.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Ace is the only hardware retailer that carries Benjamin Moore paint at over 3,800 stores. With Benjamin Moore's premium quality, you can be confident you're getting the best. You can buy in store or order what you need online for curbside pickup or delivery. When you want the best, Benjamin Moore paint from Ace at participating stores.
Find Benjamin Moore paint and other great products at your locally owned Olson's Ace Hardware in Beresford.
Fiesta Foods in Beresford is a family-owned store that offers a convenient one-stop shop where you can find everything you need, from the everyday essentials to specialty items from around the world. Find their weekly ad on their website. Fiesta Foods also has the best selection of cut meats in their deli department, fresh bakery, and fresh produce. And no matter the season or holiday, Fiesta Foods has it all right there in store. Open 7 days a week. Fiesta Foods is your one-stop store right in the hometown of Beresford.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
Customer service is more than just a word. It's what Jensen Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance does every day.
We have more companies than most agencies in town. We're able to find a competitive market for each family. We're able to farm that out, quote it with each of our carriers, including Auto Owners Insurance, of course, and see where it best fits.
In Sioux Falls, Beresford, and Elk Point, go to jensenagencyonline.com to find out more. Jensen Insurance Agency, building relationships since 1944.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old, Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. Back at Watchdog High School as we get you set for tip-off between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Beresford Watchdogs. They're introducing the starting five right now for the Vermillion Tanagers, and let's begin with the visiting team, the Vermillion Tanagers. It's the same starting five now they've had the past 4 games. Livy Regnerus is back after her sickness, but Vermillion will roll tonight with the trusty 5 of number 1, Casey Hansen, the 5'8 sophomore guard, number 15, Leah Herbster, the 6'1 senior center, number 21, Brooklyn Voss, the 5'11 junior guard, number 22, Janaea Cleveland, the 5'8 junior guard, and finally number 33, Brooke Jensen, the 6'1 sophomore guard. Once again, the Tanagers are coached by head coach John Brooks, along with assistant coaches Doug Hansen, Carrie Jensen, and Kelly Knutson. 14-0 overall, looking to remain undefeated on the season, 4-0 inside the region. And now for your Beresford Watchdogs. Tonight's starting 5 will be number 1, Macy Courtier, the senior guard. Number 2, Eileen Fickbaum, the senior forward. Number 11, Savannah Beeson, the senior guard. Number 13, Ella Merriman, the freshman guard. And finally, number 20, Lily Sievert, the sophomore forward. The Beresford Watchdogs, 7-6 overall, 3-1 in Region 4. And again, Beresford, not a DAC-12 team, a Big East team. They're 3-3 in the Big East. The Watchdogs, coached by Hillary Paulson, along with Callie Larson and Matt Storto. We are set and ready to go at Watchdog High School. Heath Nimke, along with our producer, Gavin Stewart and Easton Bum, Vermillion in their all red uniforms, numbers and letters that are in white, the Beresford Watchdogs, and their all white uniforms, numbers and letters that are in purple. The opening tap, just as Easton said, is won by the Watchdogs and Savannah Beeson. They attack the rim as they move from left to right as you see it tonight. Great to have you along here on Watchdogs Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live. Both schools a part of the Live Ticket TV family, which are able to make this broadcast happen on both streams. The Watchdogs on their first possession throw it away over in the near corner. We see right away, Easton, the long arms of the Vermillion defense.
Yeah, that's going to give them a great advantage in this game. I know we have great vertical, but sometimes you need to reach out there and try to get that ball back in possession.
Janaea Cleveland has it on the far wing. Now they get it underneath to Leah Herbster. Her shot too strong. Back up Brooke Jensen. She misses. Fights for it back. A couple reach-ins, and now a foul that will go against the Watchdogs. Quick offensive rebounds right away for the Vermillion girls.
Yeah, that was some intense ball handling right there, trying to get that ball from each other. Seems like Lily got hit right there. We have Harley Coates, number 30, subbing in for her. And with that, the foul for the Watchdogs was on number 11, Savannah Beeson. That's her first person to foul of the night.
We'll check back here with Harley in just a moment as Leah Herbster gets the first 2 points. What do you think about that quick substitution already from Coach P?
I mean, not what you wanted, but if a player gets hurt, player gets hurt.
And now a quick turnover, missed shot by Janaea Cleveland, but Casey Hansen right there for the third offensive rebound for the Vermillion Tanagers, and they quickly jump out to a 4-0 lead 60 seconds into the ball game. And again, the pesky defense of the Tanagers as it's worked over to the corner with Fickbaum. She loses it out of bounds, but last touch by Leah Herbster. It will stay with the Watchdogs right along the baseline. It will be Fickbaum to inbound it again right here in the near corner as we see it from our broadcast vantage point. Fickbaum looking, finally gets it to Beast, and right back to Fickbaum as she dribbles her way out of the wing, back to the B logo, which stands for Beresford. Pass to Beeson. They want to work it across the opposite side, but there's Janaea Cleveland. The height and now the speed the opposite way. It took a deflection on its way to Casey Hansen. Now to Janaea Cleveland. Swing it from wing to wing, down to the baseline. Herbster, back to Hansen, back to Janaea Cleveland. Inside to Jensen. Jensen, turnaround jumper. This one off the mark, and finally the Watchdogs are able to box out. Quickly the opposite way, it's Merriman. She picks up her dribble. They work it to the elbow, back to the top. Three-pointer, took a deflection on its way through. Never got close to draw an iron. And Vermillion, the 2-on-1. Jensen will attack. The defender, shot left short, slaps the hardwood in frustration. She averages 17 points a ball game, and you can understand why she hasn't been able to hit a shot, why she's mad. Quickly up to Leah Herbster. She's fouled. can't hit the shot, but she's headed to the free throw line. The second team foul against the Beresford Watchdogs, and Leah Herbster, who shoots 73% from the field, will toe the line. Easton, not a good way to start off if you're the Watchdogs.
No, we haven't been able to get offense together. That height and reach difference is really putting a big deficit against us.
Herbster misses the first free throw. Ella, by the way, picked up the foul. That was her first personal. Again, 2 already on the Watchdogs. Vermillion struggled the other night against Laverne, Minnesota in their 1-point victory. By the way, being number 2 in Class A, usually don't see a lot of close wins. Vermillion has tallied up 3 different games, winning by just 1 point. We'll see if they can't get that corrected. Again, they're trying to grab a lot of momentum as well. And again, so is Beresford. Right now, a winning record, finding themselves currently at number 7 in the region standings. Doesn't pair them up well. A low bounce pass, stolen away. Casey Hansen off the glass and good for 2. She has 4 points in the ball game, and it's quickly 7-0 as Coach P is going to go right away to the bench. Trying to get it across the B logo is Fickbaum. Fickbaum, a bounce pass as they get it to Courtier, but right to the free throw line, stolen away. Now loose basketball, fight for it, and it's going to be a tied-up ball. Possession arrow favors Vermillion. Going back to the bench once again. Easton, you just got to find something here at the moment.
I mean, that offense, we need to change up some sort of thing. I mean, they have the reach to stop us from passing all the time because that's usually what we do. We need to take some command. We steal that ball, we're good on breakaways. If Ella can just make those shots on those breakaways, we score a lot.
Herbster, baseline as they kick it back out to Janaea Cleveland. She's hustled and hassled by Courtier. Drove in, had it knocked away. Loose basketball, fight for it back. And finally the whistle is called. Another jump ball. This time, possession arrow favors the Watchdogs as it will be Ella to inbound the basketball. Vermillion again leads 7-0, 3 minutes, technically 2 minutes and 59 seconds if you want to get into the game, but we just crossed that threshold. In the backcourt as the press is on by the Vermillion girls who have yet to dip into their bench. Jump shot blocked away there by Herbster as she reached up to the heavens to deflect it away. Good opportunity for the Watchdogs, but Leah Herbster came out of nowhere to knock it away. By the way, Coach Brooks is garnishing the sidelines currently right down in front of us. Again, he was a question mark for this basketball game as he has the flu himself. Jumper after they say it went off of Herbster last. Missed second shot, another offensive rebound. Reach-in foul that will go against Casey Hansen. Her first personal, the first team foul. Right there knocking on the door.
I mean, we got to get these points here.
Got to come away with something, especially when you're playing number 2 in Class A. Quick catch and shoot 3, bank open. That one good for Macy Courtier. Her first points of the ball game, 7-3, 4:30 first quarter. And by no means are the Watchdogs out of it. Straightaway 3 for Hansen. Hits off the front of the iron, rebounded by Voss, who's been silent so far, and now a travel as she tried to make a pass over to Brooke Jensen. And we'll go right back to the Watchdogs. We'll see, Easton. The Watchdogs can't grab a little bit of momentum here.
You can't leave us open. We will take those threes, and usually we'll knock them down.
Yeah, Courtier straight away just knocked it right off the glass, the trusty mark of any sharp shooter. Pass deflected out of bounds by Casey Hansen. Once again, Fickbaum comes back in, and now Beeson will take a spot on the bench. Coach P will go about 4 deep into her bench. Now, Vermillion will do the same with 3 girls, even 4 with Livy Ragnaris back. We just haven't seen it yet. Claire Doty stood up. I think that was just in celebration. Nope, here they come. It will be a whole entire hockey platoon change, but Fickbaum with the steal off the glass and good for 2. The Watchdogs on a modest 5-0 run have drawn it within 2. A ball that's tipped, loose, picked up by the Watchdogs. Quickly the opposite way, Beresford pushes. It's going to be a 3-pointer, drains it. How about that big 3 for Ella?
Said you can't leave them open.
Oh my goodness, Easton. You said it. And it's an 8-0 run, 1-point lead for Beresford. Janaea Cleveland the opposite way, answers back. That one a slight dagger to Beresford. who answered on an 8-0 run, all in a matter of 60 seconds or so. 3:15 first quarter. It's in the backcourt. Finally, they're able to break the press. They're getting better and better. Wide open jumper. This one just off the side of the iron. Rebounded by Janaea Cleveland. Cleveland will press in the front court. Works up to Jensen. She almost had stripped away by Courtier. Nice hands by her, being pesky defensively. Now they get to Voss. Back to Hansen. She'll shoot the three. Oh my goodness. Vermillion said not so fast. Hits 2 threes of their own and back up to a 5-point lead. How about this 3-point party right now we're having in the first quarter? Beresford trying to answer back quickly. Ball is being knocked around. It's grabbed back by the Watchdogs. They work it over. 3-pointer. Good! Ella, her second three of the ball game. 13-11. 5 straight threes combined between the two teams for scoring. My goodness. Herbster off the bottom of the backboard goes out of bounds, and we finally have a break in substitutions in the action. Whew.
Intense game. Ella hitting those threes with a little swish.
And you mentioned you just can't leave her open for a moment. She's found her spot right there on the wing and just knocking him down. She has 6 points. Now Vermillion will substitute out 4. The only varsity starter, or the starting 5, I should say, that will stay out there is Brooke Jensen. Otherwise, Vermillion 4 deep into their bench. But this is a normal rotation for the Vermillion girls. In fact, this is where they can put teams away, is their depth. We'll see if Beresford can't stay with it. Pesky defense inside the perimeter. Foul call that will go against Vermillion. They'll call this on recently checked in Chandler Cleveland, picking up her first personal in the second team foul. By the way, Chandler Cleveland, Taylor Rivers, Claire Doty, and Livy Regneris, along with Brooke Jensen, all on the court currently for the Vermillion Tanagers. And on the double dribble call against Fickbaum. 13-11, 155 first quarter. Now when it comes offensively, this has been, the first quarter is usually the worst for the Vermillion Tanagers. We're paying attention here to the near sideline as well for Vermillion. Casey Hansen was behind the bench there for a moment getting looked at. We'll check back in with her in just a moment to see if she's okay. Pass, they want to get to Rivers. Fickbaum almost with the steal. Rivers to catch and shoot. Jensen, this one off the heel of the iron. Rebounded by the Watchdogs. 13-11, 125 first quarter. It's at the top of the key. Oh, looked like it might have traveled. Good pass, 3-pointer, just off the front of the iron. Easton really starting to settle for threes for the Watchdogs.
I mean, that's the only thing that's been working for them. The twos can't seem to lay down, so might as well go for threes and see if we can get them.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Jensen on the drive. She leaves it short once again. She's trying to fight for points, but the Watchdogs have shut her down. And now Ruvers, the pesky 7th grader, gets in the way of Fickbaum. She loses it out of bounds, and it will stay with, it will be Vermillion basketball with Livy Regneris, who are hoping to get back as a starter. Again, she's been coming off the bench the last 3 games now after she came back from her illness that she suffered during the Christmas break. Rivers back over to Regneris. Now to Claire Doty to work on the far wing. Back to the top. 44 seconds remain this first quarter underneath the Cleveland. Oh, she's wide open and missed. Usually don't see that from Chandler. Rivers gets it back. The 7th grader misses. Loose basketball goes out of bounds, and they say it will stay with Vermillion.
Hey, we might not have all the height, but Harley has some height. She jumped up there and almost blocked that one.
Yeah, Harley, the freshman as well. This is a lot with the Watchdogs. Several big freshmen to come up over the next few years that are going to be exciting to watch. Cleveland over to Claire Doty, who thought about shooting the 3, decides not to. Back to Rivers. Rivers bounce pass to Livy. Livy double teamed in the corner, had it knocked away. They say it will stay with Vermillion. Now, 21 seconds are currently on the shot clock and 21 seconds currently on the game clock. There's got to be some type of separation. There is 0.6 that separates the shot clock from the game clock. So that being said, Vermillion is going to hold on for the last second shot. Taylor Rivers now over to Claire Doty with 5 seconds. Back to Rivers, over to Jensen. Deep 3 for her. This one's off the mark. Fight for the rebound. Couple girls hit the hardwood. Doesn't matter. That's the end of quarter number 1. Vermillion 13, Beresford 11. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance. Why choose Farmers Union Insurance? Well, they value what's important to you and your way of life. Whether you're a driver, homeowner, farmer, or business owner, let them show you how they can provide the protection you need. You can also find out more at farmersunioninsurance.com. Easton, Heath, we're back here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV.
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Well, an intense first quarter, 13-11. Vermillion up by 1. Easton, how about that for a first quarter for both these teams?
I mean, electrifying. They're all nailing them threes. Given this game, what seemed like the Watchdogs were going to have a tough loss is now seeming reachable for these Watchdogs.
Yeah, you talk about Beresford. They went down early 7-0 in this game before they answered back with an 8-0 run themselves. Then Vermillion went on a 6-0 run, and they've had the lead ever since then. Three-pointer for Casey Hansen. Now, Easton, you talk about hitting the threes. Eventually, the law of averages is going to even out, and they're going to start missing both teams as they work underneath to Leah Herbster. She's fouled, and she'll be heading to the free throw line to shoot 2. But again, 13-11 after 1. Now, not to get the Watchdog faithful down any, but Vermillion, when it comes to their season so far, their first quarter has statistically been their worst. The second and third quarters have statistically been the best. So get ready for some punches to come for the Vermillion girls. Just have to hold defensively if you're Beresford and answer back as well.
Sounds like the Minnesota Vikings.
I won't make any comments about football teams because out of the 32 NFL teams, mine just happens to still be playing, and no, it's not Kansas City. It will be Beresford that will inbound the basketball in the backcourt. Now, Vermillion is running only one of their starters currently with Casey Hansen, who is in. Otherwise, it is, if you will, the second team currently on the court. Catch and shoot 3 for the 7th grader. This one is off the mark. Rebounded by Leah Herbster. Leah also a starter. Janaea, Voss, and Jensen all out here at the moment. Doty works her way in, who averages 2 points a ball game, gets her first 2 points of the game. Now, Vermillion's leading scorer was Casey Hansen. She had 7 points after quarter number 1, and now some contact as Beeson makes her drive. The foul will go against Casey Hansen, picking up her second personal and the third team foul. You a Vikings fan?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
I know.
No, I'm not going to pour it on. You guys have a tough enough season the way it is. I don't need to pour it on at all.
Yeah, you know.
It happens, right?
Mm-hmm. We're hoping for some better stuff there, but
eventually. At least, well, that's what the Vikings keep telling themselves. Maybe one day. A pass that's just a little too tall there for Sievert will go out of bounds. 15-11, 6:43 second quarter. All right, if you're Coach P. Easton, what are you telling your Beresford Watchdogs as you've been able to hang tough so far with Vermillion?
I mean, I know they have a bad first quarter, but to be able to hang with them, I know we get a bit better later because Ella, she don't get tired. Her in the cross-country season, I haven't seen her tired ever. So honestly, her best quarters is always.
Now, when it comes to Vermillion, I probably shouldn't bring up this statistic, but we must go back to this past Saturday as Doty shoots a jumper, this one off the mark. But Vermillion already has 2 more points in this quarter than they scored in the second quarter on Saturday. And if you can't do the quick math, Vermillion didn't score at all in the second quarter. So it was a very bad game, still eventually won. And now a timeout from Coach P. We'll keep it right here. Farm Credit Services of America, it's American Ag, which has grown to become the largest, most efficient, and productive food system in the world, but it remains a business of people, and everything they do, they work to become Ag's most valued financial partner. Find out how they are there for the farmer to help and grow at fcsamerica.com. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by our Vermillion and Watchdog sponsors, including Sioux Corporation. Sioux is locally owned and operated in Beresford and has become a leading supplier of industrial water and solution heaters, the industry leader in all-electric explosion-proof pressure washers and steam cleaners around the world, and a top manufacturer of portable steam generators, and is a proud sponsor of Watchdog Athletics. 15-11, 6:05 second quarter. Vermillion currently the only 2 points scored in this second, and a quick turnover. Easton, a good contingency of Vermillion fans, especially with the girls. They're excited when a team is 14-0. They're going to travel well. But Watchdog Nation has come out in support. They're going to get even bigger, too, when the boys come up to play tonight.
Oh, we love our boys. Our girls should get more respect for how hard they play and how Ella is. But our boys get a lot of support. A lot more of our students show up, usually for the boys. Got some big crowd.
Blackout theme. No one texted me.
Yeah,
no one texted me.
We keep it pretty quiet. And like half the times, I don't even know what we're doing.
Well, you clearly do, but we got to work on the shoes there. The white shoes make it a little off there.
They're my favorite shoes.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. It's controlled with the Watchdogs as they have it at the top of the key with Fickbaum. And work it back to Courtier, back to Fickbaum. 15 seconds on the shot clock. She's trying to get around two defenders. Still Fickbaum at the B logo. Beresford has to go. Down to 9 seconds on the shot clock. As it's a drive, runner in the lane is falling in and good. Ella now has 8 points in the ball game. She's a leading scorer for both teams. 15-13 as the Watchdogs keep it within reach. Get down to Chandler Cleveland. She missed earlier. She's no longer going to miss in the basketball game from inside. She has her first 2 points, and Vermillion answers right back. 17-13, 4:50 second quarter. Jumper just inside the perimeter rattles through for Lily. Lily has her first 2 points of the ball game. It's 17-15 as both teams answer with buckets. Doty inside the lane to Cleveland. Cleveland is fouled, and she'll be shooting two. It is now the fourth team foul against the Beresford Watchdogs. Easton, the famous thing is when it comes to my broadcasting, I will eventually get off on foul tally, so when you need to, just correct me, all right?
Okay, I got you.
Just like, Heath, you screwed up somewhere, and we'll try to figure out my screw up. By the way, the foul was on Autumn. We'll see Beeson along with Harley come back in. A little bit of size coming back in for the Watchdogs.
We're going to need that. I mean, we haven't been scoring as much as we need to. That big size to be able to get those rebounds and pass it into people.
Doty and Herbster both take a spot on the bench, and Voss will now come in after the free throw is good by Cleveland. She made both free throws, by the way. She's got 4 points in the ball game. So Vermillion is running all starters except for the girl out front leading the defensive charge, Roovers, the 7th grader. Of course, Roovers has been huge so far, and huge is putting it lightly. The free throw, I guess, jumper from the free throw line is off the mark, goes out of bounds, and it will be Vermillion basketball. Vermillion right now with a 4-point lead, 19-15, 4:20 second quarter. Speaking of Roovers, kicks it over to Casey Hansen, right back to Roovers. Roovers trying to get free for a moment to the top. They want to go right into the scorer's table. Hold on to your popcorn. And they'll retrieve the ball back. A couple more girls will check in. Popcorn type of guy?
I mean, usually if I'm at a sporting event, it's pretzels. Those soft pretzels are awesome.
Oh, dude, I agree with that. I hate popcorn. I hate popcorn, gets stuck in my teeth, and you're right. The fake nacho cheese along with a soft pretzel can never go wrong with that. Salt or no salt?
I mean, I don't care. Whatever one they give.
Now, you got a cherry Coke over next to you. Are you a Coke kind of guy, too?
Yeah, I am. Okay. But, I mean, I say root beer, Mountain Dew, pretty good, too.
Okay. Jensen, back to Janaea Cleveland. Now over to Hansen. She'll shoot the three. My goodness, Casey Hansen, who last year was averaging double figures a game. So far this season, at 8 points, now with 11 in the ball game. She has certainly been the spark so far for the Vermillion Tanagers. 22-15. Correction, she's got 10 points so far in the ball game, not 11. Got my number off for a moment. And now Hansen with the block. Hansen with the steal. Hansen, the assist to Jensen. No, Jensen never went up with the shot. She is going to be 4 girls around her. Gets it back out somehow over to Voss. Three-pointer. This one rims in and out. And it's rebounded. Reach and foul. Jensen on the retaliation picks up her first personal in the 4th team foul.
I mean, I'm looking at the sidelines here, and it seems like our girls are really aggressive, and the Verm girls are very, like, they're chill with it. They're not being so loud. I mean, our girls are jumping up and down, screaming, always yelling.
Now that will be something you will see from Vermillion, even if they go down in this game, and they've been down before in games. They don't get too, like you could say, lost heads, if you will. Harley wishes she could have that one back. She went up for the shot, lost out of her hands. That one's going to keep you up there for a moment.
Mm-hmm. That looks like me when I play basketball.
Not a basketball guy?
I mean, no. Not by a long shot.
That's okay. Neither was I, as we have Easton Boom here join us from Beresford High School. Voss goes down with her shot, and she's fouled from behind. Easton, I should probably ask the question. I think I was probably told, let's be honest. What grade are you in? 10th?
I'm a sophomore.
Okay. Sophomore, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Probably shouldn't put numbers next to it.
Yeah, no, I'm not 10 years old.
First free throw is off the mark for Voss. She's still looking for her first points in the ball game. Now, how many games have you done so far for Beresford? What, 5, 6?
Yeah, 5, 6 would be a good one. One was solo with Hunter, who will be jumping on for the boys. But, I mean, otherwise I've been with Olsen doing some good ones.
By the way, Hunter right now, our producer, both free throws are missed by Voss, and then a foul inside called against Jensen as she picks up her second personal, and now the 5th team foul. She will have to come out of the ball game. And this is what the Live Ticket TV family does as well. Allows us to move to other high schools who are part of with us. And as I mentioned, with Vermillion High School myself, and then we have Easton, Hunter, and Gavin, all part of Beresford, able to help us out here on the broadcast. Voss fouled as she got the steal. Shot is good this time. And now she will head to the free throw line, trying to hit free throws for the first time this evening. By the way, the foul is called against Kendra Ellis. The first time we've called her name tonight, picking up her first personal in the 6th team foul. And the free throw is good. And quickly, Vermillion now up to a double-digit lead, 25-15. Quick missed shot by the Watchdogs as they try to force something up, trying to get back into it. And again, they went down 7-0 to start this game before they answered on an 8-0 run of their own. Down to Voss, or she lost it for a moment. Jump ball called, and it will be Beresford basketball. Easton, you can't get too excited, though. You can't get all the points back with one shot.
No, you cannot, but it will bring up back some mojo to these girls who are going to need it.
Autumn ready to check in at the next dead ball as Beresford quickly breaks the press, and this one is up and good by Lily Sievert. She has 4 points in the ball game, and that finally ends the run Vermillion was on and cuts the deficit back down to single digits, 25-17, 2:03. It's Voss, pump fakes one way, back out to Janaea Cleveland, now to her twin sister Chandler. Chandler underneath. Oh, she left it short again. Fight for the rebound this time, though. It will be jump ball called, and it will favor Vermillion. Autumn will check into the ball game, and coming off will be Ellis for the Watchdogs, as again Coach P has made consistent substitutions in good for Voss, and Voss quickly on a 5-0 run of her own for the Vermillion girls, 27-17, and now a reach-in foul that will be called against Vermillion as they will pick up their 6th team foul. So both teams at 6 team fouls, which means bonus on the next foul for either team. By the way, the foul called against Livy Regneris, picking up her first personal. They get it to the elbow with Beeson. Bounce pass back out to Courtier. They want to go in the lane. Ball going to be knocked away. Here comes Taylor Roovers. The one-on-one bounce pass to Chandler. Chandler, good off the glass. Chandler now with 6 points. and the bench getting it done for the Vermillion girls here in this second quarter. Jumper quickly the opposite way, good for Lily Siebert as she has just kind of found herself right off the block 10 feet away and is hitting the shots. And speaking of 10, that's the lead right now for Vermillion with 1:12 remaining here in this first half. Janaea Cleveland holds it above her head, will now make the bounce pass over to Roovers. Roovers back over to Janaea, and we have a foul. No, excuse me, a 5-second call. That will go, I believe, against Regneris. So quick substitutions. 29-19. A big moment here for Beresford, Easton.
It sure is. We got to score. I mean, you got to pay attention where the ball's at, where the defender's at, because they've been stealing the ball right from underneath our girls.
Who's the girl you'd want to go to? We'll get to that here in just a moment. Janaea Cleveland, the steal, drive the other way, misses the shot. All right, for Beresford, who's that girl you want to get to right now that can get you points?
I would say Macy or Ella. They've hit some good threes, but Lily has been on fire right now, getting 6 points. I mean, all of our girls can score, but those two usually hit their threes, and we're going to need big points.
And a quick inbound stolen away. Vermillion just right now causing all sorts of problems for the Watchdogs offensively. That turns into offense for Vermillion, if you will. Missed three, ball goes out of bounds, and it will still stay with Vermillion. Yeah, you mentioned Ella. She's only gotten 2 points so far here in this second quarter, 8 for the ball game. She is right now the leading scorer for the Watchdogs. They're going to go deep to Roovers. By the way, with that last ball going out of bounds, it did shut off the shot clock. So in theory, Vermillion can hold on for the last second shot. We'll see if they decide to or if they go a little bit quicker like they have before in the past. It's still controlled right now with Roovers. Bounce pass as they get it to Regneris. Back to Roovers. Roovers with 6 seconds. 5 over the corner. Janaea Cleveland three-pointer off the mark. Rebounded back out to Taylor. Catch and shoot 3. This one is off the mark. And at halftime, Vermillion is able to step up defensively and offensively as they go on a big second quarter there, outscoring the Watchdogs. In fact, doubling them up 16-8, and again, leading right now at halftime 29-19. Once again, this partnership for tonight's broadcast on Watchdogs Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live is all part of the Live Ticket TV family and part of our sponsors as well, which include Masaba, First Bank and Trust, and Blaine's Body Shop of Vermillion, and also Eastway Auto Service of Beresford. Their teams are highly trained and certified technicians are here to serve you. From oil changes to complex computer diagnostics, their staff is here to do what it takes to maintain your car. They are also certified to maintain new car warranties, so you can rely on them to be your one-stop service center. Is it the boys' game they shoot the $500 shot?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's later in the season. I don't remember. We have...
Oh, you buy raffle tickets now and then you have to be around later on?
Well, everyone gets a shot, and then I think the bigger cash prize at the end of the season. I don't know if this is... I'm pretty sure you get $500 if you make it the first one. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. I've been too busy broadcasting during these.
Well, I say, Coach has got a mic running around right there. He had a basketball. I thought we were going to get a shot.
Well, we were, but I'm pretty sure it was one of the basketball girls, and she had to go with water bottles from the looks of it.
Well, I guess we won't have a shot. We're going to take a break when we come back. Our first half statistics. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports. It's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
The foundation for how we do business is right in our initials, W-E. We. Everything we do is a partnership. We understand solving the many complex challenges growers face every day takes teamwork. And when we succeed, we do it together. That's the power of we.
Classics Lounge in downtown Beresford is your destination for fun with darts, pool, and to catch all the action no matter what game it is. The colder season is here. Keep your perfect golf swing by using the indoor golf simulator. From the gridiron to the court, Classics is your spot to catch all activities of Watchdogs Live. Ready to cool off with a cold one? Classics Lounge is always ready to serve them up with a bite to eat too. That's Classics Lounge in downtown Beresford.
Halftime, 29-19. Vermillion with the 10-point lead. Great to have you along here on Live Ticket TV. Before we get to our first half statistics, Easton wanted to talk about a great accomplishment for the Beresford Watchdogs outside of athletics, but of course big fine arts. Well, what happened for the one-act team?
Well, we went into Vermillion where they host our little competition against DV, Bonhomme. Who else was there? There were some other teams. Can't remember them all. You know, too many. But we come in there. We have a competition of one acts. Lasts a decent while. Many people can come and watch. But with that, we came in with the not normal play. There's not really a story. There's all just a bunch of small little plays inside this big play, which has the judges a little confused, but they loved it. We have great ensemble. Great choice, which allowed us to get a 1-1-1, which, as you don't know, is the perfect score you can possibly get with many awards, is letting us go to state, which is in O'Gorman, where there'll be 3 days of straight one act. So if you are free for 3 days, you head over to O'Gorman. They should have plays should be Thursday, Friday, and Saturday this week.
How much do you know about me? Because that's kind of creepy that you knew that. I mean, I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. I am from Iowa, so it's a little bit different in Iowa. I don't know. Nothing against South Dakota, but let's put it this way. Our speech is a little bit more on steroids. We do it pretty intently. I mean, one act is just of a lot that we do. So, you said you were in improv, though, right?
Yeah, I am in improv. Just a little.
You enjoy it?
Yeah, I mean, daily life is improv, so
that is very true. You never know what you're going to be dealing with. You came up here tonight, and all of a sudden a headset with Heath Nimke. You had no idea who that guy was. Here we are. How's it going so far?
Good. It's been exciting basketball.
The only thing is, probably wish the Watchdogs were up right now.
Yeah, but we got to give a little bit. Ella's just got to get in that groove, and she's going to start hitting them.
Well, speaking of Ella, right now at halftime, she is the leading scorer for the Beresford Watchdogs. She has 8 points so far in the ballgame, including hitting back-to-back threes for Beresford. Otherwise, other scores do include Lily Sievert with 6 points so far, Macy Courtier with 3 points, and Fickbaum with a jumper. In fact, when you look back so far for the Watchdogs in scoring-wise, they have yet to have a player that has come off the bench and score, which is a little interesting to talk about for Vermillion as we flip over the page, because Vermillion, you talk about Brooke Jensen and what she has been able to do so far this season, averaging 17 points a ball game. We can just go on and on. So far at 0 points. So the Watchdogs defensively have done a great job of shutting down Brooke Jensen. However, Casey Hansen has had a big game, 10 points so far for her. Chandler Cleveland off the bench with 6 points. Brooklyn Voss with 5 points. Janaea Cleveland with 3 points. And Claire Doty off the bench, 2 points. In fact, we just talked about bench scoring. Vermillion right now is outscoring the Beresford Watchdogs 8-0 in that category. And again, currently a 10-point lead, 29-19. As we get set for the second half. Of course, don't have to click away anywhere either, as coming up we will also have the boys pregame show. We'll catch up with Ben Short and also catch up with head coach Jay Drake
of the Vermillion boys. But coming up here in just a moment, it is the second half of this one. But before we go, give some more love to our Beresford and Vermillion sponsors, including Johnson Heating and Cooling, located between Beresford and Vermillion. They are a family-owned business serving all of southeast South Dakota and the surrounding areas. They specialize in heating and cooling and geothermal service and installation. Ask them about the lifetime unit replacement warranty with quality in every degree. We're going to step aside, and when we come back, it's our second half. At least we prepare you for it. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
The Bridges at Beresford is the best 9-hole course in the area. You know that. The Bridges at Beresford is home to much more, including, starting next Thursday, the Thursday night special returns for the colder season. Food specials from 5 to 9. There's also the Friday happy hour for appetizers and money off adult beverages. Need room for a holiday party? There's plenty at Bridges of Beresford. Call today or find out the full details at beresfordbridges.com.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
We all want
29-19 here at halftime as we get you set for Vermillion Beresford game number 1 of 2 of our doubleheader. Of course, we have, like I said, plenty coming up here. We'll, in fact, exit out of the girls' game and jump straight. We'll take a quick commercial break and straight into the boys' game. But right now, second half, Easton, second half adjustments for Coach P. What are you making if you're the Watchdogs?
I mean, we got to pay attention. It seems like there's been a lot of where we're just dribbling the ball. We're not paying attention to where the defenders' hands are, and they just take it right from us. So more like, I don't know, we slow down a little bit. I mean, on those fast breaks, we do tend to get points, but slow down just a bit, realize what's happening, and then pick it back up as fast as we can, because we are a very speedy, athletic. We try to steal the ball as much as we can. We run down the court as fast as we can with all those fast breaks. That is where we get our points. Otherwise, we have to hope we nail those threes.
Vermillion back out with their starting 5, Hansen, Herbster, Voss, Cleveland, and Jensen. Starting 5 as well, Courtier, Fickbaum, Beeson, Merriman, and Sievert for the Watchdogs as Vermillion tries to work it inside. And you talk about the adjustments. It's nice to see a quick turnover right away. The Watchdogs forcing Vermillion into. For Vermillion, just continue to put up shots. They put up 29 points in that first half compared to just 32 on Saturday against Laverne, Minnesota. And Brooke Jensen leaves her shot short. She's shocked with herself. Can't believe she missed that one. And now a quick travel. Again, Brooke Jensen, who averages 17 points a ball game, was held scoreless in that first half. By the way, we'll have that boys coverage right here. You don't need to click away for a different link. I know it's been that way in the past, but doing things just a little bit differently here tonight on Live Ticket TV. Ball knocked out of bounds, mainly because I love to catch up with all the coaches. Of course, Coach Short for the Beresford Watchdog boys, just a great coach.
Oh, he's always into it. I mean, he's hugging kids in the middle. Like, he's always yelling, dancing, having fun. He is a great coach.
We'll talk more about him and how you can hear his full interview, as tonight it won't be featured here on the broadcast because I do like to do those full interviews of really getting into it with coaches, learning more about Coach Short, because this is just his second season here at Beresford High School, but has really made a lot, as you mentioned, Easton, to this program and what he's brought with these boys. And, of course, I have to be excited to watch Tate coming up as well for Beresford.
Yeah, we're hoping for some alley-oops, some dunks, because we've been all over that recently. It's like it's part of our game plan.
Over, under, on how many dunks tonight? 3, 4?
I'm thinking 3.
Okay. I'm going to hold you to that. We'll see if we don't see 3 dunks coming up later on. Now, Vermillion, on the boys' side, not really known as a dunking team, and they don't give up a lot of dunks either, I will tell you that much. Voss has it along the far side as they get it back to Casey Hansen, swing it over to Janaea Cleveland. Janaea bounce pass to Casey, almost lost it for a moment, gets it back, wanted to go in the lane, but it's going to be deflected and stolen away. Both teams have just been turning it over. Neither team has been able to hit a shot yet. This one off the mark for Fickbaum. Ball goes out of bounds. Watchdog fans wanted a foul there as Casey Hansen came over the top of Courtier. Got to get the student section into this a little bit more.
I mean, we sit down until we score. Once we score, we get up, we're live, and usually really energetic. But we got to wait for them to score. They have to show us some things for us to show them our things.
Missed shot, put back, and there it is. As you mentioned, the crowd, student section, rises to their feet. Lily Sievert now 8 points in the ball game. She got all 6 of her points in that first half in the second quarter. It's Herbster back out to Janaea Cleveland. Catch and shoot 3 for her is off the heel of the iron. Offensive rebound back out. Casey Hansen to Jensen. She pump fakes once. Now trying to get free. Back to Casey Hansen. The bullet pass to Janaea Cleveland. Back to Jensen. She drives the lane, puts up her shot, and she's fouled. And she will head to the free throw line, trying to get her first points of the evening. By the way, the foul comes against Lily Sievert, the first team foul, and also the second personal on Lily. By the way, I was missing a foul. You missed me on that earlier in the first half.
I must have missed it. I'm pretty sure I saw it up on the board, but I didn't say anything about it.
Brooke Jensen hits the first free throw, her first point of the night. Vermillion trying to put this back up to a double-digit lead, 30-21, 5:37, third quarter. Second free throw is good for Jensen. For the Watchdog Nation, definitely don't want her to get going. Again, this is a very busy stretch for Vermillion. They play receiving votes, Sioux Falls Christian, coming up on Thursday, and also a chance for a share of the DAC-12 title, can still win it outright later on this season. They have never done that before here at Vermillion High School, for the girls' side at least. And then number 1 Hamlin on Saturday evening. Three-pointer, Casey leaves it short. Right, though, to Leah Herbster as it fell off the front of the iron. Leah Herbster now has 5 points in the basketball game. I missed her scoring on our tallies in that first half. I apologize, Leah. Shouldn't be doing that, as we caught up, of course, with Leah Herbster during our post-game on Saturday. Drive, foul. And she'll now be shooting 2 free throws. Of course, Leah Herbster, very, very well-spoken. We compared it and asked our producer, usually who's with me, Cole Larish, if it's more like her mother or her father, so well-spoken. Of course, her mom, an amazing woman. Her father, very used to speaking, as he is the athletic director for the University of South Dakota, so have to get used to speaking. The first free throw, though, off the mark for Leah Herbster, against Gillette. 5 points here in the ball game. She toes the line, spins it in her hand. By the way, the foul went against Lily Sievert, picking up her third personal, and this free throw is up and good, as she now has 6 points in the ball game. 34-21. 4:47, third quarter. Shot that's going to be deflected will go out of bounds. It will stay with the Watchdogs. Easton, got to find some points here.
I mean, we have to. We can't stay like this. Our fans got up here for a score. We got to show them more.
And another one that goes out of bounds. Coach P shows her frustration on the sideline, as just seems like the ball is butter right now for these girls. They just can't hold on to it.
They have to try to reave it around. These Verm girls have some very long arms stopping us from doing our normal passing. So we have to try to extend it just so we can try to get there. But it seems as if we don't have that wide receiver training.
Coach P takes the timeout. We're going to take the quick timeout with her. We're back here in just a moment.
Want to be happy, but sometimes that doesn't feel possible. But if you have hope, you have everything. Rising Hope Counseling provides high-quality mental health services with locations across South Dakota. Additionally, by providing telehealth, we ensure South Dakota's rural residents have access to high-quality mental health services. Our team lives and works in your communities, and we understand the unique challenges we face. Schedule an appointment by phone or online today. Rising Hope Counseling, offering hope, healing, and change.
Well, let's see if Coach P can't get things figured out a little bit, as she has now used 2 timeouts here in the ball game. Her girls trailing by 13. Easton, you mentioned, try to get this scoring because Beresford right now is still in reaching distance of Vermillion, but this could get out of that reaching distance if Vermillion keeps hitting shots and Beresford can't get anything. That seems obvious, but you have to stop the bleeding somewhere, somehow. Loose basketball, Vermillion somehow came away with it, but Casey Hansen, as she tried to save it to a teammate, just saved it instead to Fickbaum in all white. Pressure along the far sideline as we see it. Back to Fickbaum, now to Ella. Ella, the speedster. Pass tip, deflected, stolen. Voss, the 2-on-1, splits the double team, can't hit the shot. Ooh. Cheeky foul.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but okay. I mean, I'm not a ref, and I shouldn't be because my basketball terminology would be atrocious, and I would be the worst ref in the state, but I don't know about that one.
Voss hits the first free throw. She has 6 points in the ball game. Janaea Cleveland and Leah Herbster will both come out. Roovers and Chandler Cleveland are back into the ball game. Voss, second free throw. This one is good. Voss now has 7 points in the ball game, and we're going to get a timeout from a head coach, John Brooks, playing the flu game, if you will, tonight, as he was out sick today, but able to make the journey here to Beresford. By the way, tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Sheer Magnolia and Beauty Bar. Aaron and Kayla are ready to help you with your next beauty makeover. Not just the women either. Aaron and Kayla can cut and style the whole family, offering late hours as well for convenience. If you're looking for the perfect haircut, make it Sheer Magnolia Salon in Beresford. Also, huge shout out to Aaron and Kayla for watching Live Ticket TV here and join us just recently, joining the family of Live Ticket TV as a sponsor. You don't have to wait to a specific season. You can join at any time, and then it's a year contract. So they will be on with us all the way through the basketball season next year as well. We appreciate Aaron and Kayla and Sheer Magnolia joining us here, part of Live Ticket TV family, and the Watchdog Nation, of course, as well. 50% of that advertising dollar goes right back to Beresford High School, which is just so cool to see as well because it just benefits the kids. Allows Easton to get some more funky equipment, right?
I'm looking at this and I'm like, ooh, toys, but I can't touch them. I mean, I got a GoPro for Christmas. I have enough toys.
Now we have our board that we use with Vermillion here, and it does have a lot of colors on it, doesn't it? You gotta be careful. I won't show you what all the buttons do, but we can make weird sound effects later on if you want to.
Ooh, if this game gets out of hand, sure.
36-21, 3:27, third quarter. Again, not out of hand, but Vermillion certainly is trying to put it that way and not make it close anymore. Fadeaway jumper for Jensen is off the mark. It's going to be rebounded by the Watchdogs. Watchdogs seem to be holding at least well defensively, but offensively, Easton stepping out of bounds. It's just 5 points so far here 2 points so far in this third quarter isn't going to get it done.
I mean, they're putting on great pressure, which is allowing us to sort of make some dumb mistakes that usually we don't. It's just that reach is unnatural for our girls to seem to try to comprehend and get by in this game.
Jumper is good for Brooke Jensen. Jensen now has 4 points in the ball game. 38-21, 2:46, third quarter. Fickbaum thought about throwing it off of a Vermillion girl to save it. Might as well do so. 5 seconds. You gotta move, gotta make the pass. Vermillion defensively holds. And you look at head coach John Brooks as he paces up and down the sideline, but he never stops pacing, no matter what. And now a couple more substitutions as Olivia Ragnaris
and Claire Doty into the game. Help me out here. Ella just came in.
And Lily?
And Lily Sievert just came in.
Well, Savannah Beeson just came in.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You're correct.
I like to watch the court. I pick out some of those things. So sometimes I'm not paying attention and I do miss those.
Hey, it will happen. As you can see, I was clearly paying attention to something else, and I appreciate all your help. It's been fun so far, joining with Easton, a sophomore here at Beresford High School. Jumper for Jensen just off the mark. Fight for the basketball, and a foul that will go against Brooke Jensen. She now picks up her third personal. It will be just the first team foul, though, on the Vermillion Tanagers of this second half.
I'm surprised Paulson's not yelling and trying to yell at her team to get into it, because I feel like usually aggression is what brings these girls to a winning spot, but Ella can't make it.
You were ready. I could tell in your voice. Just let it rip. I was hoping it there for you too, but the three-pointer off the mark. We talk about law of averages. People hate when I say that because usually it works against them. And after we saw those big three-pointers in that first quarter for Beresford, they have not hit a three-pointer since. So certainly been a tough go. Again, even Beresford put up 11 points in that first quarter, just 10 since then, and we're almost done with the third. Another jumper is good for Brooke Jensen, who again did not score in that first half, now has 6 points. A quick whistle, and the whistle will reset. Substitution, Jensen will come out. By the way, I apologize, it was a foul that went against Livy Regneris, was the stoppage of play there, picking up her second personal, a second team foul. As I mentioned, Jensen is out. As Chandler Cleveland, Claire Doty, Livy Regneris, Casey Hansen, all on the court, along with Claire Doty, if I forgot Claire. 40-21, 128, third quarter. They kick it in as they work it with Ellis, but then a turnover for the Watchdogs. Casey Hansen. Hansen over to Regneris. Oh, yikes. Claire Doty was cutting inside just like she was supposed to offensively. Livy Regneris made the bounce pass to absolutely nobody but the soft cushioning behind the baseline.
I mean, with this game, it's been a struggle for the Watchdogs, but we have had one of our starters injured, and I don't know if she's coming back or not. She was supposed to come back, and her first game, I'm pretty sure she re-injured it. I'm pretty sure it's Addie Hansen, if I'm correct. That's her name. But she's usually a starter for these Watchdogs, and she would fill out our spot there. But now we're having a lot of substitutions there with just a change of who's going to be that final starter.
Yeah, you mentioned that as well. Probably something we didn't really bring up a whole lot in the pregame show is Addie Hansen, who's been a star for the past couple of years. Yeah, a senior forward, as you mentioned, supporting a knee brace on her right knee and also a crutch on the left side to kind of help, I guess, lean a little bit, if you will. Can't really put pressure there on that leg. That gives her a little bit of benefit. But, yeah, just a tough to see here. You can even make that comparison as well for the Vermillion Tanagers. We have Ty Hertz that doesn't play this season, also because torn ACL during the football season. Speaking of football, my goodness, the Watchdogs just...
Hey, we got a good football team, a good corporation. I'm personally joining football after being in cross country. I saw this football team, and I'm like, I am ready to take some hits for this team. Let's get into it.
A belief system, and no offense, I'm nothing against cross country. As a big football guy myself, and that's what it was all about. Is you're gonna get hit, I'll tell you that much, but you're gonna deliver some hits along the way. And yeah, what the culture of Beresford has built over the past few years here, and then just this run in Class A, not even big enough really, it seemed like, to participate in Class A, and then fall one game short against West Central, and that was one heck of a game against West Central as well, who was undefeated. So yeah, great to see for Beresford. Three-pointer off the mark. And again, Beresford has put up just 2 points here in this second quarter compared to 11 for Vermillion. And Vermillion still 45 seconds remaining in this quarter, and a foul that will go against the Watchdogs and Beeson. As she tried to cut off the space, Beeson picks up her second personal and the fourth team foul. Reset the shot clock as well, so now it's 7 seconds that separate the shot clock from game clock. One to go right down to the near corner as we see it. Ball deflects out of bounds. It will stay with the Vermillion Tanagers. Regnerus to inbound. Looking around, we'll go deep to the 7th grader. 7th grader moving around the B logo. Now over to Livy. Thought about going back to Taylor, but instead switched to the opposite wing with Claire Doty. Now to the near wing with Livy Regnerus on the drive. Regnerus over to Casey Hansen. The jumper for her is off the mark. It's going to be popped loose, but finally picked up by the Watchdogs with Ella. Ella has plenty of time, 11 seconds. They'll work it over to Beeson. Pump fakes one way. They go back to the top with Ella. Ella looks for a moment. Still Ella with 4 seconds. Shoot it, girl. She picks it up. Now forces it underneath. Shot up. Off the mark as Harley couldn't get it to fall. And that is the end of quarter number 3. 40-21 as we head to the 4th quarter. That comes up here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Ace is the only hardware retailer that carries Benjamin Moore paint at over 3,800 stores. With Benjamin Moore's premium quality, you can be confident you're getting the best. You can buy in store or order what you need online for curbside pickup or delivery. When you want the best, Benjamin Moore paint from Ace at participating stores.
Find Benjamin Moore paint and other great products at your locally owned Olson's Ace Hardware in Beresford. (40-21) as we head to the 4th quarter. A 19-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers, trying to move to 15-0 on the season. Joined with Easton Boom and Hunter Penn, our producer, which I'm loving Hunter so far. He doesn't heckle me like my other producer does. And my other producer just heckles me in my ear the entire time. Speaking of my buddy, Cole Larsh, again with the Live Ticket TV family. He happens just to be working with other Live Ticket TV members, including Centerville, part of the Live Ticket TV family. That's where he finds himself at tonight. Yes, I did strand him on his own island. I think he's working with some Centerville high school kids, but I didn't give him any option, I guess, tonight. Over to Vosh, jumper, this one just off the mark. Fight for the rebound. Easton, down 19, only putting up 2 points so far, I guess, in this second half, if you will. I don't want to say it's over with, but right now you're not focused on the score. You're just focused on possessions. What does Beresford need to do here?
I mean, we've been stealing the ball. It's just the moment we get into it, you guys put a trap, and we can't seem to get out of it, and then we make bad passes, which with your guys' reach is just not good for us. Did they call that Savannah again? Or
yeah, yep, Savannah. Savannah moving her foot there on the left side. Pick up the foul that will go against Savannah. So picking up now her 3rd as well and the 5th team foul. So we're getting a couple more closer to bonus. But continue off what you're saying. Just, you got to stop forcing unforced turnovers.
You got to take the shot. I mean, sometimes, I know you're blocked, but it hasn't worked. We got to try something different. Force some shots to give more chances to score instead of forcing turnovers.
40-21 is 7:02 4th quarter. By the way, there's a foul call that when it's against Janaea Cleveland. Blah, blah, blah. It will be controlled with Ella. She tried to force it, rainbow pass on the opposite side. Then out of frustration, just a reach-in foul that will go against Autumn as she picks up now her 2nd personal, the 6th team foul. So next foul against the Watchdogs will give bonus to Vermillion. Right now, Coach Kelly Knudsen down on the bench talking to a few of his girls, including Roovers and Claire Doty there. Of course, Coach Kelly lives right here in Beresford. Joined the coaching staff just this
past season as well, so great to see him part of the coaching staff and having some fun so far this season. But when you're 14-0, it's pretty easy to have fun.
Yeah, it would be funny if I said traitor, but not really. He can do whatever he wants. But that's just a little funny thing I thought of.
You could say, would Coach Short be a traitor? I mean, he lives, what, a block and a half from Roosevelt?
True, yeah. I mean, he did go to Canton and went in high school too, but he said that he likes here better and doesn't want to go back to Ken. So, I mean, he's sort of chosen.
Couple missed shots by Leah Herbster before she's finally fouled. She's frustrated she didn't get the shot to fall, but she'll be shooting 2 free throws. Foul goes against Lily, now picking up her 4th personal, but more specifically, bonus the rest of this 4th quarter. 40-21, 6-11. Free throw up, and it's good from Leah Herbster as it touched every piece of the rim. She now has 7 points here in the ball game.
I mean, she's not happy about missing those shots, but I mean, she's got to be comfortable with this lead, which she adds on to.
Don't ask or don't tell the Vermillion girls that. They're never going to be satisfied. They're never, hungry enough. They always want more, and they'll definitely be tested and challenged coming up here on Thursday against the receiving votes, Sioux Falls Christian, before they take on number 1 Hamlin coming up Saturday evening, part of the DAC-12 NEC Clash, which was about a month ago. This was knowing that these two teams could be on a collision course for each other. Some things had to work out, including both teams not being undefeated, but virtually undefeated. And it happens that it finally worked out by actually Saturday afternoon. We knew they were going to meet. It was announced officially Sunday. So it's going to be a huge game up in Madison, South Dakota. Of course, Beresford on the opposite side of that participates in the Big East as they moved out of the DAC-12 a couple years ago. Had the Big East tournament.
Just recently, yes.
We just finished 6th?
I think it was somewhere around there, yeah.
Oh, and now I'm doubt myself where you guys finished at. And I know I looked at it earlier. Inbound, lost for a moment, loose basketball, still loose, and it's going to roll out of bounds.
I think we had 2 losses in that tournament, if I remember correctly. I mean, I talked to some of the basketball girls. I can't remember. I remember one of them talking about a loss, or I remember seeing one too, I think. But we might want to double check that.
You know what? Actually, wasn't it this past weekend? Did you guys play it all out?
I don't know. I mean, the weather's been iffy all over the place. And right now, we're in a winter wonderland. Sorry, I almost took away that D there. But it's just, we need less snow. I want to watch basketball, but there's too much snow.
Yeah, the Big East tournament, you got 2 games into it, didn't finish off the 3rd because of snow on Saturday. Vermillion was one of those rare teams that actually did play Saturday because it was so late in the evening. They were able to hold off for so late. By the way, free throws, and Casey Hansen is able to hit both. She now has 12 points in the ball game. Well, like I said, one of those rare games that actually did happen. Part of the Sacred Hoops Classic, which that was weird. A lot of different teams weren't able to make it, so we had 4 different start times at one point. We were supposed to play at 7, 7:30, 6:30. We ended up playing at 6 o'clock, so very confusing, but got in again a good game against Laverne, Minnesota, who had 1 loss on their season coming into it, now officially 2. In fact, they're 14-2 on their season. Jensen, the drive, hits the shot. She now has 8 points in the ball game. 46-21. Jumper is off the mark. And again, Beresford has only scored 2 points so far in this second half. No look pass to Jensen from Cleveland. Jensen is fouled, and she'll go shoot 2.
I was about to say, we had a cool little pass there. Ella passed it around one of the defenders, and Macy with a spin move to take the ball out so no one got it, so it wasn't stolen.
That's what it's all about. Sometimes you just got to keep building on the season, keep building the progress. Again, this is a Watchdog team that tonight will fall to 7-7, still 500. Of course, games trying to be made back up as well, as both free throws are good. And now, Jensen, the second Tanger, they hit double figure, a couple of others that are close. Other games still on the schedule do include Alcester Hudson, Garrettson, and then kind of schedule gets a little bit tougher towards the end there for the Beresford Watchdogs, including finishing out the season against Hanson and also Lennox, another Region 4 opponent. Drive and a foul called. Here we go. Some free throws. Trying to get the first scoring of this fourth quarter for the Beresford Watchdogs.
We want our fans up and loud, and we can't do that without a score.
Yeah, they've been sitting this entire fourth quarter. And there we go.
Oh, slow to get up. None of them are used to it, but it's okay. Come on, guys. Get up, get up.
And now, head coach John Brooks has said enough is enough. He's going to pull out his starter. So that being said, Casey Hansen will finish with 12 in the ball game. Leah Herbster will finish with 8. Brooklyn Voss finishes with 5. 3 points for Janaea Cleveland. And also, Brooke Jensen finishes with 10 points on the evening. Both free throws there good for Fickbaum. She has 4 points in the ball game. 48-23, 4:15 fourth quarter. Now again, Vermillion brings on the second team, which still feels like half their starters out there, including one of them, a former starter, actually two of them, former starters before a line change and also an illness kind of changed things around for the Vermillion girls. I guess Leah Herbster is still out there. Correction. Claire Doty on the drive and able to knock down the shot. Claire Doty, one of the biggest cheerleaders, if you will, for this team, doesn't get a whole lot of playing time as a senior. An amazing volleyball player, now has 4 points in the ball game. 50-23, 3:38 fourth quarter. Jumper. Oh my goodness. You couldn't buy a bucket if you wanted to. Lily Seaver just saw her shot pop in and back out. And with that, Coach P will also call off her starters. Courtier finishes with 3 points, 4 points for Fickbaum, 8 points for Ella, and 8 points for Seaver on the evening. And Beeson doesn't score. Wow.
Lily's still in, by the way.
Oh, I apologize. Lily stays out there with 8 points out there. So both teams still running with a couple of starters, and now Coach Brooks is going to try to get even more of his second team out there of girls that don't necessarily always dress. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Great banking is built on trust, and trust takes time. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey, plus a friendly team of professional bankers ready to put you first. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Sun Aviation of Beresford. 50-23. Barta is also going to check in as Leah Herbster will officially now be done with 8 points she'll finish with.
And from looks, oh no, Lily's still in. I was about to say I didn't see her, but she was ahead of all of our 4 girls that were coming out.
The only Beresford Watchdog starter to remain out there. Claire Doty has it on the wing. Back to Roovers. As we just play out the last 3 minutes, Vermillion's going to advance to 15-0 on the season. We knew this season was going to be special, but I don't think anyone thought it'd be as special of a run as it has been so far for the Vermillion girls. And again, coming up on Thursday, a chance at the share of the DAC 12 title, something the Vermillion girls have never won yet in their career. Now, the DAC 12 formed just over 10 years ago. 3-pointer off the mark. Of course, we saw the Vermillion boys win that title a couple of years ago when they also went undefeated, eventually losing the first round of the state tournament. Claire Doty.
That's just so sad. You go undefeated and then you just instantly lose. I know, but that's how a tournament works. You get put against a bad matchup. So you played the last day, you didn't have enough time to practice, and then you came in there unready.
And it was a tough matchup against Del Rapids as well. Probably the toughest team that Vermillion matched up with, just speed-wise, and yeah, game-winning shot that, I mean, it was off balance. It was as picture-perfect. I believe it sat at number 1 for a couple weeks on SportsCenter Top 10. I mean, that's how special of a shot it was for Vermillion to be eliminated. So sometimes you just have to have a little luck, and it seemed to fall that night for Del Rapids.
Free throw is up and good for Lily, so now up to 9 points. Could be the Watchdog score that hits double figures here on the evening, 50-24. 2:05, fourth quarter. Second free throw. No, dang it. Hoping she'd get the double figures on the night. Again, the only player out there for the Watchdogs to score with 9 points. Again, otherwise this is currently their second team. Also, shout out to Mr. Olson for helping me out and let me, I should say, fill in as well. A rebounding foul that will go against Barta. She just smiles over to the bench. Jared Olson, again, sits in a hot seat most nights, sitting in his seat tonight, kind of keeping it warm. I kind of bounce up and down. You've been standing the entire time. Do you want to sit?
I mean, I like to see the action. Usually when I sit down, my legs are bigger than my torso. I can't really see over our little booth, so I like to stand up just a bit so I can see. So if you ask me if there's a foul there, I can see it.
It is kind of a weird deal for a broadcasting spot. In fact, we're just over in a corner, and then of course we have the main camera right there in the middle that we have running right now. We don't have to run anything up here. We can just sit back, relax. I kind of have my feet up there leaning against the wall right now.
I mean, back in the day, these bleachers used to go further up, so we didn't have to climb a ladder to get up here.
Yeah, that's always an interesting thing. And what's the reason? Why don't we get rid of the wood panel over there?
I don't know. We have it. You know, maybe it's structural, or they'll let me come in with a saw and I'll just chop it off right now.
Roovers, Doty, Ragnaris, and Cleveland all check out of the ball game, which Claire Doty will finish with 4 points. Taylor Roovers did not score tonight. And also Chandler Cleveland would finish with 6 points on the evening. So Vermillion gets two girls into double figures, led in way by Casey Hansen, as currently the second team is out there, or the JV team right now. As Richardson has it, they work it back over to Halverson in the corner. Halverson the drive, kick to Richardson. The top with Tracy, foot on the line, just left it short though, front of the iron, and rebounded by Merrigan. Now they work it over to Ellis. Ellis picks up her dribble, looking around where to get to. Bounce pass over to Cassie. Cassie back to the top to Mockler. Over to the wing with 17 seconds left on the shot clock. Back to the top of the key with the Watchdogs. Haven't put up a shot yet. Cassie working it down, baseline, kick back out, catch and shoot jumper, good! Harley Koth there gets the jumper. 50-26.
I mean, she was a starter for us in the beginning for a little bit, but it seems like our switching it around has given her some opportunity to play some JV minutes too and make our JV team just a bit better.
Vermillion will get the victory, moving to 15-0 on the season. Your final score of 50-26 over the Beresford Watchdogs. All right, Watchdog fans, Vermillion Tanager fans, well, I guess Vermillion is used to it, but for Watchdog fans, don't go anywhere. You don't have to click on a new link. We're going to keep everything live, everything running the way it is. In fact, all we're going to do is take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, it's Coach Short of the Beresford Watchdogs and also Coach Drake as we get you set for the boys matchup with our pregame show. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Fiesta Foods in Beresford is a family-owned store that offers a convenient one-stop shop where you can find everything you need, from the everyday essentials to specialty items from around the world. Find their weekly ad on their website. Fiesta Foods also has the best selection of cut meats in their deli department. fresh bakery, and fresh produce. And no matter the season or holiday, Fiesta Foods has it all right there in store. Open 7 days a week, Fiesta Foods is your one-stop store right in the hometown of Beresford.
Welcome back here to Live Ticket TV as we get you set now for our boys pregame show, as it's time to catch up with both head coaches, Coach Jay Drake of the Vermillion Tanagers, but right now let's catch up with Coach Short of the Beresford Watchdogs. Now, Watchdog Nation, this is not our full conversation. As I always like to do with these traveling teams, I like to get the full conversation, but we can't always put it here on the pregame show because it's extended conversation. So give a quick shout to Coach Short. Thank you for the time. And you can hear that full conversation as we talk not just about the Vermillion Tanagers, but more specifically this season, how we've gotten to where we're at right now, and what the Watchdogs have coming up for the rest of the season, and even peeking ahead a little bit more to postseason. Again, you can catch that conversation right now on 605sports.com. We'll also get it over to the YouTube page so you can listen to it there as well, as the conversation and our pregame show is brought to you by Moeller CarQuest and Auto Parts. At Moeller Auto Parts, customer service is driven by independent owners who are passionate about delivering excellence in everything they do. This dedication is enhanced by the best-in-class product and experienced parts professionals at Moeller CarQuest and Parts. All right, here they both are. First up, it's Coach Short of the Beresford Watchdogs, and then we'll catch up with head coach Jay Drake talking about the season, and of course with Coach Short, where they're at right now, and just the 3 losses at 10-3 overall, how the season has been off to a great start, and how they continue to dominate this season. Here he is. First up, it's Coach Short of the football field. Well, going into this season, Coach, I mean, we look at where you're at at this point, almost or over halfway through the season, but things didn't necessarily begin the best way possible. You beat Baltic, and then you get number 1 and number 2, part of the Region 4, and then the Big East. How much did that shoot confidence, or maybe take away a little bit of confidence from the guys to open up the season that way?
We know how good Dakota Valley and Sioux Valley is. We play Sioux Valley not only during the school year, but in the summer we see each other a lot through team camps and things like that. So we knew what we were getting ourselves into, and definitely not an easy way to start the schedule. But it really put us in perspective of, hey, we got stuff to work on. We're definitely not all there yet in terms of what we're trying to accomplish thematically and things like that. So it definitely put us in a place a little bit, but I think it's helped us in the long run, where we've now played these other teams and just kind of, well, we had to play DV and Sioux Valley. We can take on anybody now. So and then our third loss too was against Sioux Valley as well. So our only 3 losses are against the number 1 and number 2 team in the state. So we feel pretty accomplished about that.
All right, let's focus on this game against the Vermillion Tanagers, a team that, as you mentioned, has kind of had your number over the past few years. But this is a Tanagers team that hasn't been necessarily hitting all their strides. They've started to move some younger guys up as well. What have you seen on Vermillion that makes them a special team and not a team you can just easily overlook?
Vermillion's just always well coached. No matter if they have all the guys they need or not, or who's dressing for Vermillion, they're going to be prepared. So we know we're expecting a close game, and like you said, they kind of beat us up last year for sure. And being so close to each other, I know a lot of my guys know their players, and probably vice versa. So we're looking forward to it, and we're looking forward to playing at home this year, and hopefully get back in the win column.
And we can't not talk about your players as well. And there's been a couple of special ones, including Tate Van Otterloo. He's been just amazing so far, averaging over 20 points a basketball game. How exciting has he been, not just scoring, but more specifically leading the way on and off the court for the Watchdogs?
Tate's an awesome kid. He's honestly one of my favorite players I've ever coached. He just, not just because of his talent and his skill. His personality, he's kind of a goofball, but when it comes to the basketball game, and he feeds off the crowd, he feeds off his teammates, and his energy, his enthusiasm. He's one of those guys that when he makes one or two shots, the hoop, the rim gets very big, and he definitely leads us in that aspect, where if he's on top of his game, if he's running around having fun, the guys seem to be following him. So.
And you talk about the rest of the players as well that follow right behind Tate. I mean, you look at Aiden, Andrew, Jake, even going into the bench with Malachi, Justin, and John. How important has this team just been able to come together as a brotherhood and really buy into this process on the court?
Yeah, and it started in the summer with it's this crazy, like Rosie workout program, team camps. It's not the skill set. It's not the obviously the strength you gain from all those workouts and things like that. A lot of it, I think, is just like you said, the brotherhood or the team for togetherness that they gain from just being with each other all that time. We played 4 or 5 team camps. We played over 30 games this past summer on top of Rosie. So these guys have been together. We've been at the battle together for quite a few months now. That it's nothing like I've ever had before. These guys are having fun. I don't know if you've seen the video online. We're in the elementary school having practice, and we're intense. We're battling. I'm chewing them out, going through a drill, and the ball bounces off the main hoop and goes into one of our side hoops. It's like a miraculous shot, and the guys go from serious to laughing and goofing around, smiling, running up and down the court. So they're having fun, which makes my job as a coach a lot easier. It's so enjoyable. So they're together for sure, and us as a coaching staff, we're just there to guide them in the right direction.
Once again, that is head coach Ben Short with the Beresford Watchdogs. That is not our full conversation with Coach Short. If you'd like to hear him talk more about this Watchdogs team, the season they've had so far, and how they get ready for the postseason, you can check it out today on 605sports.com. We'll also make sure we get the link shared with Watchdog Nation out there so you can hear that full conversation, as I was able to catch up with him earlier this week. The conversation brought to you by our Watchdog sponsors, including Burt's Sports Bar and Grill. Daily specials that include something new all the time. Check them out on Facebook. Plus, Burt's and the Beer Garden is your destination to find all Watchdog activities with live ticket TV. All right, let's now head over to head coach Jay Drake of the Vermillion Boys, talking about another game that has been postponed, it being made back up now, and how they get ready for another very busy week. Here he is on our pregame show. It's head coach Jay Drake up in and stop Kuma. We get ready for a Beresford Watchdogs team, and we even go back to some news circling around this morning of a makeup game after you weren't able to play in the DAC-12 NEC clash. All of a sudden that has been rescheduled to Saturday morning. Coach, is this a good idea, Saturday morning? I mean, I can think back a few years ago when we went to the DAC-12 NEC clash on a very early morning. Things did not turn out well when it came to jerseys being lost, guys not making the bus. Are you nervous about this Saturday's game coming up?
Well, yeah, you're right. And this is even earlier than that one was a couple of years ago. I think it was 11 o'clock a couple of years ago. This will be a 10-15 game. But, yeah, that's always a concern. We told our group, though, the big thing is it goes both ways for both teams. And if anything, in our situation, Redfield, I think, travels about 30 miles farther than we do to Madison. And if I looked right, Redfield actually has a game on Friday night. So, most people would say if there's any advantage, it should be to us, just due to some of those circumstances. But, the big thing is when we saw that we weren't going to be able to get it in, we immediately, from an administration standpoint, contacted Madison, knowing that they would have the girls' clash in this, and if we could play it before or after, we said. They wanted to do it beforehand, which is fine, and as long as we can get the game in, that's the big thing. And it also doesn't, we don't have to worry about traveling all the way to Redfield, and Redfield wouldn't have to travel all the way down to Vermillion to make that game up. So hopefully, a couple weeks ago we were supposed to play 3 games. Last week we were supposed to play 3 games. And now finally this week with Sioux Falls Christian Thursday and Redfield on Saturday, those are 2 games we're trying to get made up. But if we can get through all 3 this week, we'll be back to exactly where we should be at this time of year with 15 games in.
How good are the Watchdogs? 10-3 would say, hey, this is a pretty darn good team. In fact, when you look at their 3 losses, it comes to number 1 and number 2 twice because they play in the Big East. They play a Big East tournament that they mentioned just happened to get to Sioux Valley in a championship game, the Big East tournament. But then you ultimately look at Beresford and say, hey, 10-3, they might be knocking number 2, even close to number 3 in the region standings, yet they're middle of the pack because, well, the rest of the record doesn't necessarily indicate with seed points that they played the toughest of schedule. So, who are the Watchdogs, and what should we expect with a 10-3 record?
Yeah, good basketball team. Obviously, I think probably in the last 10 years, it's probably the best team they've had or that we've seen during that span. And, like you said, 10-3 and the 3 losses, a lot of teams are going to lose to, Dakota Valley and Sioux Valley. From a schedule standpoint, I know they've got a lot of excitement in their town, their community, fans. The one thing we've told our group is, you try to look at sometimes common opponents and stuff, and the one thing they have done is they went to Tri-Valley and beat a Tri-Valley team that we did not beat at Tri-Valley. And then not too long ago, a week or so ago, they played Canton, who we'll see at our last regular season game and is a region and DAC 12 opponent. But, I think us and Canton would be similar type teams, and we would hope one of those games that could go either way, and they really got after Canton, played well, and I think beat them by like 35 points or whatnot. So that should have our attention, and they're playing with a lot of confidence. Right now I believe they'd be the 4th seed in our region, and if the season ended today, they would be playing a home game, first round and stuff, and it's a former DAC 12 team. Now they're in just the Big East, but obviously a Region 4 opponent. And like anything, it's a first game of 3 games this week, and we know it's a rival down the road. And we've kind of gotten after them a little bit in recent years. So, I'm sure like anything with the team they have this year, they're looking forward to getting after the Vermillion Tanagers. And so we're going to have to be ready to play and play well.
With my new job as well, I have found myself working a lot closely with different schools in the Southeast region. I've become extremely close with Watchdog Nation, and even I was a part of, I guess, the postseason football run for Watchdog Nation. Got to join on the mic there and call a couple of their football games. And these players, you look at Tate, you look at Jake, and a couple more that just carry over from the football season, and not to focus specifically on one, but Tate Van Otterloo just been an amazing player so far this season. Who do you really hone in that you need to shut down for the Watchdogs?
Yeah, they've got a nice, well-rounded team. Like you said, Van Otterloo's been playing here for 4 years, varsity basketball. He can score. He's athletic. He can get to the basket and finish in the paint. He's got a pull-up jumper, and he can shoot the 3. So anytime you got a athlete player that can score kind of at all 3 levels, and get himself to the free throw line as well, and he can score in bunches in a hurry. So that's a concern, and we got to limit him. And the Atwood kid, really good athlete, track cross country guy too, 6'3", lefty. Can shoot the 3 and also very streaky. He's had games where he knocked down 5 threes, but he's a kid that started for him last year. Didn't play in our game, though. I believe he was actually sick last year in our game, so we didn't get to see him. But returning starter, and the Goblish kid started last year. Heiberger inside, and they're physical and strong inside. And the perimeter guys, they also start the Ham kid and bring the James kid off the bench. But all those guys can put it on the floor, but they're all capable of knocking down 3s. And sometimes you get teams where maybe there's only 1 or 2 guys that are threats from the 3-point line, but they literally have probably 4 or 5 guys that can go shoot a 3, which stretches the floor and spaces things out for them. And yet they got some physicality and some muscle inside and can get some things done. So that's part of the reason they're well balanced, part of the reason they're 10-3, and they've got a nice team this year.
as he gives a lot of credit to the Beresford Watchdogs. And as we heard earlier in our pregame show, Coach Ben Short of the Beresford Watchdogs, of just how good this team is. Again, coming in overall at 10-3. And we mentioned this is a Region 4 matchup as well. And looking at the region standings, Vermillion finds them down in 7th place. But for Beresford, they find themselves in such a bad spot right now, as we mentioned, 4, and they're battling with T area there at 5. But ultimately, Beresford wants to have a game here at home for the region postseason. But ultimately, you got to get out of 4. You got to get up to 3, because if you can win that first region game, which we expect usually the 4 seed to do so, waiting in the wings is Dakota Valley. And Dakota Valley has taken no prisoners so far this season. They have dominated teams, and they've already beat up on Beresford once. Again, this is a Watchdogs team that could certainly be inside the top 16, the Sodak 16 if you will, but may never get there because of how tough this region is to get out of. Vermillion, by the way, coming into tonight, 5-7 overall, finds themselves in 7th currently. First round matchup would be against Lennox, but we still have a few more games left to go. By the way, quick update. The game that was postponed this past Saturday, the DAC-12 NEC clash for the Vermillion boys, has been made up, or is rescheduled, I should say. It will now be at 10:15, still against Redfield, still in Madison. And yes, that's 10:15 in the morning. We'll have all the coverage right here on Live Ticket TV. Now, let's get more into Beresford Watchdogs. If you missed out on our conversation with head coach Ben Short, let's bring in my broadcast partner for the boys game, Hunter Penn. Hunter, you have gotten your opportunity to see this Beresford Watchdog team so far this season. What makes them so exciting?
Really, their opportunity shoot threes, and they've been hitting them really good recently, and they've been stealing balls on defense. They're just all around a really good team right now.
You talk about Tate Van Otterloo and Andrew Atwood. I mean, you can go even through the starting 5 for these guys, but what makes them so special to watch when it comes to them and kind of the special antics they bring?
I'd say probably the fact that they're always looking to make something fun happen. Like, they do a lot of alley-oops recently and some dunks too, which is really entertaining to watch.
It certainly is entertaining when you can get some alley-oops and dunks, as you mentioned. And also the crowd. How much do you feed into a crowd like this for Beresford when you can fill up Watchdog Nation, the Watchdog Gym, and just cheer on your team constantly?
Yeah, that really helps with, I think, our varsity boys, how they perform and stuff, because we always seem to have a full student section. Benches are always full. Benches are always full during like games and stuff. So I'd say that really helps with the varsity boys' enthusiasm in the game.
Yeah, you talk about the bleachers over to the far side right now. Not a lot of open spots on the main section up top. Still a few more open spots, but right now it's still in the pregame, as we had a little bit of a delay, as tonight it was Teacher Appreciation Night here at Beresford, as the senior athletes selected out their favorite teacher, and they went through what made their teacher so special to them and how they got them along in their careers. Very, very cool to see that here tonight at Beresford. We're going to step aside for a quick timeout, and when we come back, it's our starting lineups for both the Beresford Watchdogs and the Vermillion Tanagers. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
Customer service is more than just a word. It's what Jensen Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance does every day.
We have more companies than most agencies in town. We're able to find a competitive market for each family. We're able to farm that out, quote it with each of our carriers, including auto owners insurance, of course, and see where it best fits.
In Sioux Falls, Beresford, and Elk Point, go to JensenAgencyOnline.com to find out more. Jensen Insurance Agency, building relationships since 1944.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old? Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. Their only 3 losses this season have come against number 1 and twice against number 2. There's a reason they're 10-3 and knocking on the door inside Region 4. On the opposite side, the Vermillion Tanagers still looking to grab some late momentum and what is also going to be a very busy week for Vermillion boys, including coming up number 3 in the land, Sioux Falls Christian at home before that re-makeup of the DAC-12 NEC Clash. Welcome to game number 2, along with our producer, Gavin Stewart. Our color analysis for tonight, Hunter Penn. I'm Heath Nimke, filling in for Jared Olson. Here we go. It's time to rumble for game number 2 inside Beresford Gymnasium. Let's meet our starting 5 for both the Vermillion Tanagers and for the Beresford Watchdogs. We are going to switch up things unlike we usually do here on Vermillion Tanagers Live, but for Beresford, it's normal. We're going to introduce the visiting team first. Tonight's starting 5 is the same starting 5, but there was a huge question mark coming into tonight. Was everybody healthy and ready to go? Eventually, the answer turned out to be yes, everyone's good. So tonight's starting 5 will be number 23, Zone Robinson, the 6'1" junior guard. Number 24, Carter Hansen, the 6'2" sophomore guard. Number 32, Wyatt Gestring, the 6'2" senior forward. Number 33, Trey Hansen, the 6'1" freshman guard. And finally, number 52, Kurt Skogsberg, the 6'4" senior forward for the Vermillion Tanagers. The Tanagers, again, 5-7 overall, 0-4 inside the region, and 1-6 in the DAC-12. The Tanagers are coached by head coach Jay Drake, along with assistant coaches John Ruvers, Louis Budmeyer, and Papa James Drake. For the Beresford Watchdogs, as they turn on Sirius in the background, let's meet the Watchdog starting 5. An exciting team they have been, and a team that will also dip deep into their bench. But your 5 for tonight will be number 3, Andrew Atwood, the 6'3" junior guard. Number 4, Tate Van Otterloo, the 6'5" senior guard. Number 21, Aiden Ham, the 5'10" sophomore guard. Number 30, Jake Goldbrish, the 6'2" senior forward. And finally, number 34, Mason Heiberger, the 6'5" senior center. Again, the Watchdogs, coached by Ben Short, along with assistant coaches Troy James and Matt White. 10-3 overall, 2-1 inside Region 4, 5-1 in the Big East. The Watchdogs in their home uniforms, all white, numbers and letters that are in purple. The Vermillion Tanagers in their away jerseys, all in red, numbers and letters, donning the color of white. We had an exciting game 1 with Vermillion girls eventually pulling away to move to 15-0 on the season, winning 50-26. Now the boys for the Watchdogs look for some revenge. Tate Van Otterloo, Skogsberg meet in the middle. It's won by the Watchdogs, and we are underway here in Beresford High School for game number 2 of our doubleheader. As they work it quickly with Tate. Tate is going to attack, pulls up at the free throw line off the back of the iron. Hunter, what are you looking for right away if you're the Watchdogs?
I'd say a quick, easy score and good defense.
Carter Hansen has it for the Vermillion Tanagers. Now over to the sniper who shoots the 3 off the side of the iron. Ooh. Wyatt falls down quickly on that bad knee. Over to the corner 3-pointer. This one falls through. Aiden Ham gets the scoring going for the Beresford Watchdogs. It hung on the front of the iron there for just a moment and falls through. Robinson pump fakes, now makes his move over to the sniper once again, answers back. You can't give the sniper any space. Wyatt Gestring will cash him in all night long, and we're tied at 3 apiece. The press easily broken by the Watchdogs as they get it back to Tate. Tate thought about shooting, now works it over to Andrew Atwood, who's averaging 9 points a ball game. Work it down underneath, or at least try to. Goes through the fingertips of Jake Goldbush. Hunter moving the basketball nice and smooth so far for the Watchdogs.
Yeah, let's hope they can continue to play like this. Hopefully have some fancy moves too.
Trey Hansen, who was questionable for tonight. He was out with an illness earlier this morning, was able to get back in school before the cutoff of not being able to play for tonight. Back over to Wyatt Gestring, steps out. They want to throw it over. No, stolen
nice
away.
Steal by Tate.
Tate drives in and easily lays it in for 2. Tate, his first points of the ball game. That's the flashiness that he brings.
Yeah. Normally, what is the average? Like 20 points a game?
22 a ball game. Inside, Skogsberg is able to answer back. What? How many slam dunks a game?
Him, not really, but Andrew, I'd say at least 1 a game.
All right, we'll watch Andrew as Tate straightaway 3. This one off the mark, but it's going to be rebounded back offensively. Jake Goldbush as they now get it to Tate. Tate moving around to the near wing, guarded closely by Carter Hansen. Back to the top, 3 was tipped in the air, but it's going to be Jake who collects underneath, and he is fouled. And he will stay? No, they do say it was a shooting foul. The foul, by the way, will go against Robinson, picking up his first personal. As I mentioned, the first team foul. No, I apologize. Wyatt Gestring picks up the foul. Jake toes the line. First free throw is off the mark. We're tied 5-5, 5:45, first quarter. Now, Vermillion, when it comes to fast-paced teams like the Watchdogs, have been able to hang with teams, but Beresford don't want to let Vermillion stick around. Second free throw is good. 6-5. Trey Hansen across the B logo. Over to Carter Hansen. Now down to Robinson. Jab step, steps back, 3-pointer. This one off the mark and rebounded by Ham. Quickly up to Tate. Tate across the timeline. Using the right-handed dribble. Bounce pass. Back to the top. Ham, slip. Try to make a pass. Loose basketball. Gotta watch out for those cleats there.
Yeah.
I should say the shoes. Apologize.
Don't really see that much with your basketball shoes slipping. Normally they pretty clean and don't slip that much.
Have to re-stick them to the ground and even rub them off, exactly what Aiden is doing. By the way, the foul did go against Aiden as he tried to fight for it back. Kind of just, you never know what's going to happen, so try to get it back. Gets by one defender, drives, and too strong off the glass. Tate just got by Hansen, but couldn't finish off his shot. Now to Wyatt Gestring. Gestring back out to Trey Hansen. Trey Hansen over to Carter Hansen. Brothers just playing keep away here at the moment. Trey the drive, and he's going to be fouled as he made his drive, kind of covered it up there like a running back. Oh, jeepers. Aiden picks up now his second personal, the second team foul. He's going to have to come out.
Yeah, he's been recently in games. He's been pulling a lot of fouls. I'm assuming Short's probably going to want to talk to him about that.
So we talked earlier with Easton Boom. How exciting is it to have Coach Short on the sidelines?
Yeah, I'd say it really helps with our team, and he's a great coach too.
Bought into the whole process. As we mentioned, his interview is up on 605sports.com. We'll get it here to Watchdogs Live as well. As we always love to catch up with opposing coaches and have more in-depth conversations. It's all part of the Live Ticket TV family as well, working across the state of South Dakota and now more than 70-plus schools
It allows us to have these type of broadcasts here tonight. Catch and shoot 3 for Hansen is off the mark.
Quite a high bounce off that.
Did.
Off the rim.
And they say it didn't hit the shot clock, but did hit the supporting cable up above. And again, shot clock, supporting cable, anything like that is considered out of bounds. And now, encroachment foul, if you will, on White Gestrin as he now picks up his second personal, the second team foul as well. And we'll see Young Skogsberg check in. For the Watchdog fans out there, we see a lot of brothers. The Hansen brothers and the Skogsberg brothers. You'll even see Cade Ruvers, part of Taylor that we saw earlier. We saw, of course, the twins with the Cleveland girls in earlier action. Pull-up three-pointer off the mark, rebounding foul. And right now, Hunter can't find any rhythm to this basketball game. A lot of quick whistles.
Yeah. Normally we flow pretty well, but something with this Vermillion defense is getting to us.
It is now the foul on Hansen, picking up the third team foul. Quick inbound, up and good. As battling in there tough is Mason Heiberger. He has his first 2 points of the evening, and it's now up to a 3-point lead for the 10-3 Watchdogs. Robinson jab steps, drives in, leaves it short though off the glass. Offensive rebound, hits and can't hit. Basketball loose, picked up by Old Skogsberg. Back out to Young Skogsberg. Now over to young Trey Hansen. So he has to get free and thought about shooting the 3. Gets it though over to his brother. Now down to Old Skogsberg, who's battling his way in, trying to get it up against Mason and able to hit the shot. It was a great conversation with Carter the other night. Again, we always catch up with players on our post-game interviews. And he gave us a great interview talking about building the youth of this team. Missed shot for Andrew Atwood, who has yet to get any points. Hansen the drive, now over to Young Skogsberg, who will shoot the 3. Good! Bryson Skogsberg hits a 3-pointer. Vermillion on a quick 5-0 run, taking a 2-point lead, 10-8, 2:50 first quarter. Hunter have to find some points now.
Yeah. Normally we haven't been making that many threes, and this isn't normally like us. Normally we make a good amount of threes. But I think a lot of our scoring does come in late game.
Right now, still not on the court, Aiden Ham. Malachi James currently on the court for the Beresford Watchdogs. Step back jumper, that one's good for Tate. He now has 4 points in the ball game. 10-10, we're tied once again. As is Robinson, jab step again, and this time he's going to get in trouble for it. Travel. Trey Hansen put up the 3 for the heck of it, and it was, oh, didn't get anyone close. Hunter, you any good at basketball?
No, not really. I did basketball, and I did it last year. Not the best at it.
So you're telling me there's a reason why you have the headset on right now?
Yep.
What is your sport, or do you not do sports?
I'd say my sport's probably cross country.
Cross country. What's your 5K time?
5K time, not fast, but because I think I would have done 5K this year, but got unlucky, had COVID, and didn't get to run our, so we do this race at we call it the Old Canteen race in Elk Point. Normally that's where everyone will run a 5K. We also kind of use that to see who's going to run varsity for regions and stuff.
Sure.
And sadly I was sick with COVID that week, so I was not able to do that. But if we're going off of last year, I think it is 20 something. But my 4K time, my fastest 4K is a 15:02.
I'm a lifter and a runner myself. My 5K time is maybe a half hour. If I'm booking it, it might be a half hour. I get plenty of walks in there. You enjoy all that running?
Yeah.
Oh, good for you. I get bored after about 5 minutes. By the way, there was a foul on free throws currently at the moment. The foul went against James, picking up his first, the third team foul. And Trey Hansen missed the first free throw. His second one is good, his first point of the evening. And now Ethan Kerner, a former starter, checks into the basketball game.
Closer game than I thought it would be. I thought Watchdogs would kind of dominate here, but so far been pretty even.
Now, Vermillion has hung with some of the best in the state in the first quarter, but as you mentioned earlier, where Watchdogs thrive pulling away in the second half, Vermillion has allowed teams to do that as well. Hansen all of a sudden got all alone, still missed the three, and it's rebounded by Michael, who passes it over quickly to Atwood. Now over to Tate. Tate, the drive, gets by one defender, up with the shot, gets it to go. My goodness. Tate now with 6 points in the ball game.
Nice shot. Looks like he was kind of behind the hoop too and made it in.
Say off balance, as you mentioned. Yeah, just had that weird angle, but able to stretch out with his right hand and finish it off. 12-11, back to a 1-point lead. Fumbles it away, Robinson. And they want to get it quickly up to Tate, who saves it from going out of bounds right in front of the Watchdog faithful. Will now shoot the three, and he was fouled. Oh, he might have sold it a little bit, but he gets the foul. And it will be 3 free throws upcoming. The foul goes against Carter Hansen, picking up his first and the fourth team foul.
See if he can make this hard 3-point attempt, I guess.
Put up this shot and didn't get anywhere close, but they say Carter Hansen followed through, made contact. Oh, first one has to get dialed in as he leaves it short. We'll step out for a moment, step back in. Are those his shoe colors?
Yeah.
Is that like a creamish gold color? They look dirty.
Yeah, they look, I don't know what you would call that color. It's kind of like a weird kind of tannish, kind of green.
No, well, I was going to ask because I see Malachi, so I was going to ask Renee James what color that is, but she's not up here. Two of the 3 free throws are good, so now Tate has 8 points. What color are you calling that? A tannish green, you said?
Yeah, kind of. It seems like it got a little green hint to it.
Okay.
Although it might just be the shoelaces.
I'll take it. Robinson has it with the left-handed dribble, trying to get by James. Now goes to Old Skogsberg to Hansen. Hansen back out to Young Skogsberg. He puts up the 3. This one off the mark. Van Otterloo, the 3-quarter shot, nowhere close. But Beresford, after 1, leads it by 3, 14-11. As we head to the second quarter, that comes up here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
By the way, our honorary ball boys for tonight include Cade Somerville, Braxton Peterson, and Corbin Wade for the Beresford Watchdogs. We'll pick out 3 fifth graders for tonight's honorary captains and ball boys for this evening. They also get to find themselves seats on the sidelines, enjoying watching and cheering on the Beresford Watchdogs. As we come back from the quarter break, we move into the second. It is 14-11, as the Beresford Watchdogs have a 3-point lead, mostly in part to Van Otterloo, who has 8 of the 14 points for the Watchdogs. As right now, it's controlled with Andrew Atwood. 9 seconds on the shot clock as Vermillion faithful is starting to get into it. Atwood throws up the 3. This one off the mark. Quickly the opposite way, Carter Hansen. He'll peel back out, hand it off to his brother Trey. Trey, the baseline drive. Foul that will go against James. kind of surprised so far that Atwood hasn't scored.
Yeah. Normally he normally scores in the half, but I'd say he's more of a second half kind of player. He really seems to come alive in the second half.
Our producer tonight, Gavin Stewart. Joining me here on the microphone, Hunter Penn. I'm Heath Nimke, filling in for Jared Olson, part of the Vermillion Tanagers Live. Of course, with Live Ticket TV, get this partnership to all work together. Now, Mr. Olson was gone in Pierre today. He was able, though, to get back in time. He is with us up here in the broadcast booth, but just, I believe earlier, he was watching wrestling. Now he's just watching on. 14-11, a foul call there that went against Justin Worth, picking up his first personal, and now the 5th team foul. And it'll be free throws upcoming for Old Skogsberg as he misses his first one. Carter with 4 points so far in the ball game. Now another substitution as Aiden will come back in after he picked up 2 quick fouls in that first quarter. 14-11, 6:46. Second quarter, second free throw. This one up and good. Now, I forgot to ask, Hunter. Would you say freshman or sophomore?
I am a freshman.
Freshman, okay. Oh, you got plenty of time, though, to get that 4K and 5K up then. Or down, I guess you should say. Time. You don't want it up. You don't want to be running a 5K in 45 minutes. You might be walking it at that point. Straight away. Good.
Nice shot by Tate.
Tate now double digits. 11 points for him in the ball game. 5-point lead for the Watchdogs. 17-12. Carter Hansen inside to Old Skogsberg. He can't finish it off. And here come the Watchdogs quickly into the front court. Ham lost it for a moment, but now works it over to Heiberger. Tate will just now shoot the NBA 3, leaves it short off the iron. Rebounded by Trey Hansen. Trey Hansen quickly into the front court, dribble in between the legs, and then kick it over to the sniper. Pump fakes, he'll drive, jumper from the elbow, good. Usually don't see Wyatt Gestrine shoot a lot of shots inside the perimeter. Over 75% of his points come from downtown range. 17-14, 5:38 second quarter. The drive, and they call a travel on Aiden. Nice job, though, by Aiden to attack the bucket.
Yeah. Normally, I'd say Aiden's probably more of a three-point player, but recently I've been seeing him get up in the paint trying to score some layups.
Did you miss the memo for tonight?
Yes, I did. All white.
You're supposed to wear all black. The white shoes look good, though.
Why, thank you. I just got them.
Did you?
I did. I just got them this weekend.
Man, that's dangerous to be walking outside with those in this weather. Are you a big, always keep the shoes nice, white, and clean?
Not really, but I'm trying to get into that, with these ones. Literally actually, it was this morning, I washed them right before I went to school, so...
17-14, 5:17 second quarter. Not saying you'll fall out of that phase, but eventually you'll probably start wearing boots like Mr. Olson I will, and you don't really care what they look like. Over to the corner, three-pointer. Oh, this one off the mark for Atwood. He just can't buy himself a bucket here yet in the ball game. Hansen tried to go in the front court and kind of went into the foul himself and gets the go against Mason Heiberger, picking up his first personal, and now the 6th team foul. So next foul against the Watchdogs will be bonus for Vermillion. 17-14, 4:57. It's Hansen over to Robinson, who's traveled so far tonight here in the ball game. Gets a screen from Wyatt Gestrine to Trey Hansen, who didn't even jump to shoot the 3. Leaves it short, and it's quickly Tate. Gets it right in front to Tate. To Andrew, back to Tate. And now over to Aiden as they move around from wing to wing, players do. It's still controlled with Tate on the drive. Skogsberg is going to foul. Carter picks up his first personal, the 5th team foul. So hard to stop Tate when he's so shifty with the size that he has.
Yeah, he can really just avoid guys so easy. I don't know how he does it. He just zips right past him with the ball and makes it in.
Standing at 6'5", as you mentioned, just makes himself short, gets around guys, and does it so well. After the foul, by the way, it was a fresh shot clock. The drive and off the glass. It's 2 points for Jake Goldbrish. It's his first field goal of the night. 19-14, 5-point lead for the Watchdogs. Robinson back to the top with Trey Hansen. Hansen, jumper, gets it to go. Trey Hansen has now 3 points in the ball game, and a timeout is going to be called. We're going to keep it right here, as tonight's broadcast is made possible by Live Ticket TV, your home for sports and 70-plus schools across the state of South Dakota. Ready to advertise today with Live Ticket TV? We'll get a hold of your school, and when you advertise with Live Ticket TV, 50% of the advertising dollar goes back to the school. Just like here at Beresford High School, you can join the Live Ticket TV family today. And don't forget to download the app. You can find it in the App Store, Live Ticket TV. And as we mentioned, it makes it possible to work with broadcasters like Easton, Hunter, Gavin tonight, even Jared earlier during the football and volleyball season. And it gives me my opportunity to also enjoy my time spent here at Beresford High School. Always makes it fun. So join the Live Ticket TV family today with advertising, or if your school not a part of it, then make sure you get in the Live Ticket TV family and help benefit the student athletes and all students here in the state of South Dakota. Watchdogs have it after the timeout from head coach Jay Drake, and it didn't work out in his favor as Aiden is able to drive. He hits that shot. 5 points now for him in the ball game, including hitting a three in the first quarter. 21-16, 3:24 second quarter. It's now driving. Hansen lost it for a moment, but Robinson is able to get it back. Robinson picks up his dribble, travels again. His third time of the evening, but nice job that time. And it will be Watchdog basketball, 21-16, 3:10 in the second quarter. Across the B logo, and now a foul that will go against Jake Goldbrish, picking up his first personal, the 7th team foul. So bonus for Vermillion the rest of this first half. Trey Hansen will get it across the timeline. With the B logo of Beresford, still Hansen, the drive, kick over to Trey Hansen. The jumper is off, to Robinson. It was off the mark, the ball went out of bounds. Skogsberg thought he had saved it, but Robinson touched it, and he'll give it right back to the Watchdogs.
See if they can come and make a play here.
Leading just by 5. Try to draw something up here for maybe Atwood, as Tate right now is on the bench getting a breather, and now losing out of bounds is Malachi. And just like that, Tate will check back in the game. Team does look a little different when Tate's not out there.
Yeah, he seems to really be a big motivator for the team when he's out there on the court.
21-16, 2:28. It's Skogsberg who want to kick it over to Hansen.
Nice steal by Tate.
Stolen away. Tate drives in and lays it off the glass, and good for 2. Tate now has 13 points in the ball game. 23-16, 2:10 second quarter. Skogsberg trying to break free, and another foul that will go against Goldbrish, picking up his second personal, the 8th team foul, and again bonus, so we'll see a 1-and-1 upcoming for Skogsberg. Another substitution as well, as checking into the ball game for the first time this evening, or excuse me, for the second time, it will be Michael who checks on the court, and also
looks like that foul is actually on Malachi James there.
Okay, so they're going to get it on James, which will be his third personal. And now the officials are going to get together to make sure it's corrected at the scores table there. So, yep. And it won't be instead on Jake. So, but James picks up his third personal. Bench player, but he's going to come out. And now Jake will check back into the game.
By the way, free throw was good for Bryson Skogsberg, who now has 4 points.
Keeping Tate really far back. I'm guessing they're going to try and do something here.
23-17. Yeah, you mentioned Tate is completely all the way in the front court. Carter Hansen was with it. And get it to Tate right now. Kind of just that quick break, if you will. Well, that's what they want to look for.
Yeah, Tate always seems to be out on that court. Nice play by Atwood.
And Andrew, his first 2 points of the evening. Quickly the opposite way. Hansen gets it to go. Trey Hansen now 5 points in the ball game. 25-20, 133 second quarter. The drive almost knocked away from Van Ouderloo. Fight inside and a jump ball called. Skogsberg tried to take a charge, wasn't able to do so. Again, jump ball was called. The Watchdogs will keep it on the possession. 1:27 remaining in this second quarter.
You know, not very many threes in this first half. Only 2.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 2 for each team. And they all came in that first quarter. We have yet to see a made three-pointer, if you will, in this second. A couple attempts, but not a whole lot. And now another jump ball called as Hansen hit the hardwood. It will be this time Vermillion basketball trailing it by 5, 25-20, 1:22 second quarter. Hansen across the B logo over to Carter. Carter over to Robinson. Now to Hansen. Hansen the drive, and his shot is partially knocked away, but a foul called and more bonus. A lot of fouls tonight that we've seen so far.
Normally when we foul, we seem to be against a really good team, and that's whenever we're foul heavy, we always are against a good team like Dakota Valley. When we played them, we had so many fouls. I think examples for Sioux Valley, first half, I think we had 18 fouls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jake,
that might have even been the first quarter. Lots of fouls when we're against really good teams.
Jake Goldberg officially picked up his second. Hansen goes 1 of 2. He has 6 points here in this first half. 25-21. 60 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Ball is deflected. They do say it went off of Beresford. Vermillion, you mentioned you thought Beresford would put Vermillion away right away. Vermillion has done a great job of just hanging around with the Watchdogs.
Yeah, although since you mentioned earlier about Vermillion kind of giving away to teams in the second half, with Beresford being such a really good second half team, I'm going to go and take a guess that that's going to leave us to score a lot more.
We'll see if it turns out that way or if Vermillion can keep it close. We didn't have the shot clock that rolled right away, so that's why we have the stoppage in play. 25-21. 45 seconds remaining in the second quarter. It's Hansen who will make his move, puts up the jumper. It was too strong over the iron. Quickly the opposite way, it's Tate. He's going to attack young Skogsberg, and Skogsberg is able to take the charge. It'll be the first foul against Tate, 10th team foul, double bonus in the final 34 seconds. 25-21, Vermillion trying to bring it within 1 possession as they will bring it into the front court. Now over to Hansen. Back to his brother Trey. Trey just holding on. Vermillion wants a last second shot. Still Trey Hansen. Guarded closely at the B logo. Hands it to Carter. Back to Trey. Now 9 seconds remaining. 7, 6. Trey on the drive, and he is going to be fouled, and it will be 2 free throws upcoming. The foul, I believe they called that on Mason. Yep, picking up now his second personal, if you will, 11th team foul, but again, double bonus. So Hansen so far is 2 of 4 from the free throw line. We'll put it up, and this one is off the mark. 5.1 remaining. Second free throw up, and this one is good for Hansen. 7 points for him in this first half. 25-22, Atwood with one last opportunity. Off balance 3. All right, Hunter. So you think Beresford's able to pour it on in the second half points-wise? You think 25 is a low number is what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty low scoring so far for Watchdogs. If you look at our other games, we're scoring at the end we'll have 70 points normally, somewhere around there. So I think we're really going to put it on in the second half.
Vermillion puts up 11 points there compared to just 9. And again, right now, 25-22. It's a 3-point lead for the Watchdogs. Well, we'll have a little bit of time. We'll get our first half statistics and see if we can't catch up with head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
The foundation for how we do business is right in our initials, W-E. We. Everything we do is a partnership. We understand solving the many complex challenges growers face every day takes teamwork. And when we succeed, we do it together. That's the power of we.
Trying to make some money. I'm not quite for sure how old he was out there, but fell just short of shooting a three-pointer. We'll get to our first half statistics here in just a moment, but right now, here at halftime, we're joined with Brooke Jensen. So Brooke, I gotta ask you an honest question. I saw you the other day. You were drinking a Ghost Blue Raspberry, all right? Are you blue raspberry, or which one do you go to?
Blue raspberry for sure. Anything blue, really.
Okay. What about any other second or third ones? If the blue raspberry is not available?
Well, usually I drink a C4, the blue kind. I don't know what flavor that is, but I went for a Ghost the other day. Just had to switch it up.
C4?
Yeah.
Doesn't it give you weird? I mean, it's supposed to give you a tingling sensation.
Yeah, it does. I like it.
And that's probably what helps with the basketball, right?
Yes, that's what I've convinced myself.
I say, gotta get that movement to get the tingling sensation. I know what you mean there, because I've also been in that same boat myself. I take pre-workout every single day. All right, let's get back to basketball here. Struggle for you tonight. You did not score at all at that first half. What was it for you? Because you were battling in there tough, just weren't able to get the shots going. What were you saying to yourself personally and mentally?
Well, I don't think we really needed me that much tonight. Obviously, we did just fine without me scoring. I just had to focus and keep taking good shots instead of trying to force stuff up, which I was kind of trying to do in the first half. So I just had to focus on taking better shots in the second half.
Were you able to start hitting more shots in that second half? But Casey Hansen really stepped up. Your teammate, of course, long Padre in the game, if you will. She was able to hit double figures before halftime. How impressive was Casey's performance tonight?
It was really impressive. She definitely stepped up when we needed her. That's a great thing about our team is anyone can step up at any given time, and she stepped up to the occasion and really helped us win that game.
You start hitting the shots, as you mentioned there, in the second half, and you guys start pulling away. We knew kind of after I don't want to say a letdown against Saturday, but the struggle offensively. How nice did that feel, finally hitting the bottom of the bucket again?
It felt really good. Obviously, Saturday was a big struggle, so it felt nice. We really wanted to get out there and prove that, we can play offensively better than we did on Saturday, and I think we really did that.
15-0. There's a lot more to talk about here in just a moment, but first, 15-0. How does that feel?
Feels really good. Job's not done yet, though.
All right. How important is Thursday coming up? A share of the DAC-12 title on the line. You can win it outright later on this season. Sioux Falls Christian girls are now receiving votes according to the media. How big of a game is that against the Chargers?
Oh, that's a big game. Personally, I've never beat them before, so I really do want to win. And Brooks has never won a conference championship, so we got to make him proud and get him one of those.
Are you excited to play number 1 Hamlin and see if you guys can take the reins?
Yes, I'm very excited. It's going to be a good team, and it's always fun to play against the best.
Have a couple Blue Raspberry Ghost or C4s in there?
Yep.
Okay. Brooke, always fun.
Thanks.
Brooke Jetson here on our halftime show. We're going to step aside. We'll see if we can't catch up with John Brooks. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Classics Lounge in downtown Beresford is your destination for fun with darts, pool, and to catch all the action no matter what game it is. The colder season is here. Keep your perfect golf swing by using the indoor golf simulator. From the gridiron to the court, Classics is your spot to catch all activities of Watchdogs Live. Ready to cool off with a cold one? Classics Lounge is always ready to serve them up with a bite to eat too. That's Classics Lounge in downtown Beresford.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Back here at halftime, 25-22 as we just caught up with Brooke Jensen of the Vermillion Tanagers. Coach P was unavailable for tonight for the Watchdogs, but I feel like Renee James is on her way over. See if we can't catch up with a Watchdog player coming up in the third quarter. And we are going to continue to move along at least here for the Vermillion side of things tonight as we catch up with head coach John Brooks, who is on his way up. As we mentioned, I know Renee James is also trying to catch up with a Watchdog as he makes his climb over the wood if he can. I'm definitely laughing at you. I'm definitely laughing at you. Here you go. Put on the headset. You're telling me we have this discussion every single time of why they don't. I mean, you can just cut the piece of wood out.
Yeah, come on.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Come, no, yeah, we're live. You're good.
We're live. All right.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah,
no, I set you up there.
I'm getting there.
So everything's okay. Just it was not the 49ers thing, right?
Oh my Lord! Of course, you guys would have to beat us without a quarterback, but
yeah, I'm still saying the Eagles win that game no matter what.
I think they do too. Eagles are pretty good,
but
I'll give you that.
But I mean, I was hoping for an intense game as well. Didn't quite see it. But how about this? We go into this week not knowing what was going to happen with your squad, but you're able to really step up and get the offense going. How nice was that to see?
Yeah, we're still just struggling a little bit, just finishing in the paint, and that's something that we've been talking about a lot. And I know Liam Brooke has a lot of looks inside there that they kind of want back, but when you go on the road, you got to bring your defense, and it's the second quarter hurt us because we were letting them dribble right through us, and we kind of made an adjustment, moved our press back a little bit, and we were able to contain them a lot better, and only gave up 7 second-half points, so that was nice to see.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy to see. As you mentioned, that defense continues to travel well so far this season. I feel like we look back to last year with this same team. I felt like we saw that team tonight. Very balanced scoring. Everybody had their moment tonight where they're able to put, 5-6 points, a couple hit double digits. How great was to see the more balance and just the confidence back in the girls.
Yeah, I think Liam Brooke were right up there around that 10-point mark, and but it's nice to see Claire knock down a couple shots. Janae knocked one down early. I thought Chandler played a great first half, and I thought Casey Hansen was really solid out there tonight. She's moving better. You can tell she's starting to get more confidence in her knees. She's moving really good defensively. She gets a ton of tips. She knocked down some outside shots, made some good passes. So I was really happy with the way she played tonight as well.
Well, now we get ready for a very daunting task. Brooke just mentioned as well. There's a lot of things that it seems like in your storied career as a coach for Vermillion, there's a few boxes you haven't checked off. Beat West Central, that one's knocked off. Have you ever gone undefeated yet?
No, not undefeated.
Okay, we're on our way to checking off that box. Never won a DAC 12 title. how great would that feel, at least a share of it, against Sioux Falls Christian?
Yeah, Thursday, and it's nice that we're in that position at this late in the year, because we told our girls that, you know, it's about that time of the year, and we want some pressure games right now. If we can get some pressure games in the regular season to kind of play for a conference championship, that just helps us prepare us for that postseason pressure. So we're excited for Thursday. I know Sioux Falls Christian is too. They're a great basketball team. They blew out Parkston last night. They blew out Canton tonight. They are, as advertised, 12-1, something like that. So it's going to be a battle.
Coach, get some rest. We'll catch up with you on Thursday, all right?
All right, thanks, Heath.
There he is, head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls, as we begin the second half here on Live Ticket TV for both Vermillion Tanagers and Watchdogs Live. If we want to continue on with some interviews as well here, as we'll get you back into more basketball action here in just a moment. We'll adjust the headset here. There we go. As, again, of course, with Watchdogs Live joining us, we weren't able to catch up with Coach P, but we're able to catch up with a player. Again, 25-22, 7:23, third quarter. The drive, Robinson has his shot blocked away. We're joined with Macy Courtier here on the third quarter conversation. Let's call it that. 3-pointers off the mark. Macy, are you okay?
Yes, I am good. Just a slight fall, so I had a lump in my leg, but all good to go for the next game.
Just a bruise or something?
Yeah, the trainer said it's a bone bruise, so stretch it out and he said it'll be good.
Put an ice pack on it.
Yep.
Well, Macy, it has been a great season for your squad so far, 7-7, 500, but you guys have battled tough in the Big East. You battled tough in this region. What has made this Watchdog girls basketball team so special?
I think our defense has definitely made us, our defense is our team. We have a hard time on our offensive end, but hard defense wins our games, and yeah.
And that's, you've been battling, as I mentioned, tough so far this season. By the way, missed 3-pointer, put back is good for Ham, 27-22, 5-point lead for the Watchdogs. A quick conversation when they go to the timeout here. How exciting is it to watch the boys so far 10-3 on the season?
It's been fun. They are definitely an upbeat team and energized, and it definitely gets our crowd energized, which makes it really fun to be a part of and watch them every time. When
you have been with these girls, I feel like when I look at your squad, a lot of these names are familiar over the past couple of years. You guys have kind of been building to this crescendo of where you're at right now. How great has it been playing together for so long?
It's been really great, especially with the 4 seniors that we have. We usually have 5, but with one of them being out, which has been devastating, but having the other seniors has been a lot of fun. We did grow up together and just learning to play together, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, you talk about Hanson, who's out there with the leg injury, not able to play. How big of a blow? I mean, as we mentioned, your team is very special, but how big of a blow was that when she went down with her injury?
It was very hard. She is a big part of the team. She loves the game more than anyone, and so to have her out was not only hard on her, but it was hard on us to see her so down all the time, and it's been hard without her out there, but she's on the bench cheering us on every day, and it's good to have her with us.
Here in the third quarter, 27-24, both teams have traded buckets. Robinson had his first 2 points of the game. Another foul is called. It's the first team foul on the Vermillion Tanagers. The second against Carter Skogsburg. Right now in the third quarter conversation, if you will, joining with Macy Courtier of the Watchdog girls basketball team. Okay, Macy, 7-7, so got our 6 games left on the season. You guys are towards the bottom of the region standings, but can still find your way up. What's the next couple of weeks look like for the girls?
They're looking pretty good. We have Alcester on Saturday, which they're going to be a battle, but we feel that we can battle along with them. Next Tuesday, we see Garrettson, which we just played them last Thursday in the conference tournament, and it was a good game, and we know that we can come back and win against them. A couple tough teams coming up, but as long as we battle hard, we'll be able to pull through.
What do you prefer, school day games or weekend games like Saturday?
Definitely school day. In the weekend, you're kind of in a lull, you're kind of out of it, but in the weekday, you're at school, you're getting ready for the game, and then you're able to be at the game that night.
I feel the same way because it's just like you have that rhythm of what you need to do for the day. Then all of a sudden it's game time and you're good to go. And then like Saturday, like you said, it's like, so now what do I do with my hands? You know, you're just like, you don't know what to do for the rest of the day.
Yes, definitely.
Both free throws are good for Carter Hansen. Vermillion outscoring Beresford 4-2 here in this third quarter. Macy, we want to wish you the best of luck throughout the rest of the season, and thanks for joining with us.
Thank you.
There she is, Macy Courtier here in the third quarter conversation as it's 27-26, 5:22 third quarter. We also want to thank Renee James for helping us out make that conversation possible. Let's continue to pass around the headset. Let's get back over to our color analysis, Hunter Penn, who has been out with us here since halftime, I guess. We just kind of stole your headset. Is it warm?
It is warm. Kind of a weird feeling.
27-26. All right, so Hunter, you've been able to see this first kind of 3 minutes of the third quarter. Only 2 points for Beresford, and Vermillion continues to battle tough. Well, get a runner there from Atwood, back up to a 3-point lead. But what do you need to do if you're Beresford to start pulling away?
Playing better defense, really, and score it. Go over threes and score them more. We have gone for a lot of threes, but we haven't really scored them. And the same can be said for Vermillion, too. They've gone for a lot of threes, but haven't made very many.
For Vermillion as well, try to shut down Tate Van Otterloo, who put up 13 points there in that first half, has yet to score, and a three-pointer.
Nice three.
You talk about Atwood so much in that first half about how he is a second-half player, quickly showing it 5 points for him in this third quarter, 7 for the ball game. Ball stays inbounds as it was almost knocked out, but the ref kind of helped it stay in. They work it inside to Old Skogsberg. He's got 8 points here in the ball game. 32-28, halfway through the third quarter. Watchdogs haven't put Vermillion away yet. Again, Watchdogs came in 10-3 overall. Their only losses to number 1 Dakota Valley and to number 2 Sioux Valley twice this season. Of course, part of the Big East Conference games.
Yeah.
Well, one regular season, one tournament game.
Yeah. Although both of those teams have been really good. I think they're the top in our region right now.
Yep.
So
Dakota Valley up number 1 in the region standings, number 1 in Class A, and then they played against Sioux Valley in the Hanson Classic and took no prisoners in that game. Beat up on Sioux Valley, 25-point win there. And everyone's trying to avoid Dakota Valley once again. Of course, they're defending champions and basically returned their entire team from a year ago. Three-pointer for Robinson is off the mark, but it's a rebound for Carter Hansen. Back out to young Skogsberg, but his shot is blocked away. Loose basketball is picked up by the Watchdogs as they quickly bring it into the front court. A pass over to the corner. Van Otterloo, this one off the mark, puts an offensive rebound. Hand back up. He can't finish his shot. It's their offensive rebound. Missed shot. Couple guys on the ground, and Skogsberg, whistle comes. He was throwing elbows.
Yeah, don't want to get into a fight here on the court. That'd be bad for both teams there.
And a foul that went against Jake, I believe is who they tagged on. Yes, Jake now picks up his third personal and the second team foul as well against Beresford. 34-28, 2:55 third quarter in what has been extremely low-scoring third quarter. By the way, we will on post-game show catch up with both Coach Short and Coach Drake of Beresford and Vermillion, respectively. That will be on the way. Again, not able to catch up with Coach P. Missed shot by Robinson. Fight for the rebound. Get it back. Jake quickly to Atwood. Atwood gets by 2. Splits the double team.
Nice layup there. Just went right in between a bunch of guys and just went in there for the layup.
And when Tate can't get it done, he has yet to score. It's been Andrew, who now has 9 points in the ball game, including 7 in this third quarter. Jumper, this one left short for Robinson.
See, I told you, Andrew's definitely a second half player.
And you mentioned they start pulling away. This is an opportunity. Watchdogs assist the bucket. They're now up by double digits, 38-28, 1:54 third quarter.
You know, one thing I just want to mention, if you look at Aiden Ham, it seems like he's rocking some new shoes. I heard from one of the other guys on, well, he's not on media officially, but he likes to run the camera a couple times, and I heard from him that apparently, I think it must have been during the incident where we saw him slip when he was about to go shoot. It was like kind of like right from the free throw line, and he apparently got a hole in his basketball shoe and had to switch shoes.
Oh my goodness, kind of like we saw Zion Robinson a few years ago just completely come out of his shoe.
Yeah.
Wow. So what has he got now? Are those still basketball shoes too?
I think so.
How many basketball shoes you guys got?
I don't know.
Kind of a silly question. I remember when I was in soccer, I did, soccer cleats. I got big into that. I had always 3 pairs with me.
It's a lot of shoes to carry around.
Yeah.
I guess you got to find a way to fill up your soccer bag somehow.
That's right. And I had different colors. Every year was a different color, a traditional strong color. No one kind of wears my color out there. My senior year was pink. I was big into the pink scene. Pink and black is what it was. Free throw is good. 39-30. Watchdogs lead it by 9 here at the moment. As Atwood Tate's back out there. Shot off the mark. Rebounded by the Watchdogs. Watchdogs trying to put Vermillion away with a 9-point lead. Trying to get down to James, and James wasn't necessarily ready for the pass.
Yeah, he didn't seem very ready to take that ball there.
And James, an exciting player as well, going to be coming up throughout the next few years. A freshman, standing already at 6'2".
Yeah, I'm assuming he'll, in his later, junior and senior years, he'll be a really good player on the court. Because he's already a very strong showing player, especially to be a freshman.
Hansen gets it to Cole. Cole lost it, and it's picked up by the Watchdogs. As you mentioned, freshmen as well. Vermillion, of course, rocking a couple freshmen and even an 8th grader right now on the court. Young Skogsberg down to James. There he is. James easily up and good for 2. Malachi James, his first points in the ball game. 41-30, 20 seconds remaining in this third quarter. Vermillion has scored just 8 points compared to 16 for the Watchdogs after we got off to a very slow start. The points have started to pile on a little bit more.
I told you, Watchdogs, they love to play in the second half.
Shot blocked away. Skogsberg gets it back. 3-pointer is just off the mark, as you mentioned. Watchdogs get it going offensively and now lead it by 11. 41-30. As we head to the fourth quarter, that comes up here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV.
The Bridges at Beresford is the best 9-hole course in the area. You know that. The Bridges at Beresford is home to much more, including, starting next Thursday, the Thursday night special returns for the colder season. Food specials from 5 to 9. There's also the Friday happy hour for appetizers and money off adult beverages. Need room for a holiday party? There's plenty at Bridges of Beresford. Call today or find out the full details at beresfordbridges.com.
41-30, 7:54 fourth quarter. Vermillion will need to get the offense going here in this fourth and defense to support it if they want to get back in this. It's Wyatt Gestring, the sniper who has it on the wing, gets it to Robinson. Robinson, who has been held in check, just 5 points for him here in the ball game. The drive by Hansen, picks up his dribble, trying to find something underneath, lets his brother jump, gets the foul. Carter Hansen able to finish off, and a foul that will go against Tate.
Only 2 fouls for Tate in the game.
41-32. Free throw up and good. Hey, you mentioned someone who's been very active but did not score there.
Hunter in that third quarter. Still 13 points for him in the ball game. 41-33. Malachi wanted to get it down to Jake, and Jake, contact was made. They say not harsh enough for a foul. He travels by taking a hefty 4 steps. An obvious travel at that.
Yeah, didn't really have a choice though.
Yeah, like I said, he took contact there and was just ultimately trying to keep his balance and did a nice job at that, but unfortunately turns it over. Gives it back to Vermillion, trailing by 8. A three-pointer draws him even closer. Trey Hansen thought about shooting the 3. Gets it down to Old Skogsburg. Carter goes up strong. Carter starting to dominate more and more. He now has 10 points here in the ball game. 41-35. The Vermillion faithful down in front of us, starting to get into it a little bit more. Ham with new shoes. Back over to James. James back over to Atwood. Atwood back to James. James trying to go underneath. Stolen away by Wyatt Gestring, who is in the perfect spot, if you will. Now to Trey Hansen. Hands it off to Carter. Pump fakes the 3. We'll give it back over to Robinson. And travels again. His 4th travel of the evening.
It's a lot of travels for one person.
Yeah, he has been kind of faking the jab step, but hasn't necessarily gotten it to go his way and has gotten in trouble for it.
Looks like he stole it, but then went to go pass and passed it right to James.
And James drives, but charge taken by Skogsburg. And now James with 4 personal fouls. That's also the 4th team foul. He's going to have to come out of the game. Mom just has her hands held above her head, shaking her head, claps her hands in frustration. Not happy. 41-35. And of course, Malachi can't escape the bench either. Father is an assistant coach. Robinson, 3-pointer in the corner. Good! Vermillion right back into this.
Yeah, really showing back up in the 4th quarter. Watchdogs gonna have to play some really good defense here. Steal the ball and take it back and be really good on offense. And make some threes.
Vermillion faithful now on their feet. The bench on their feet, trying to get into it. The student section for Beresford rises to their feet. Ham the drive. Foul called. And he will shoot 2. And that makes the fans sit down for a moment. Hunter, did you expect it to be this close?
I did not. They kind of pulled away in the 3rd quarter and was like, oh, we got this, man. We can come away with it, win it pretty easily here now. But they're really kind of showing back up in the 4th quarter. I'm assuming Coach had a pretty good talk with them.
Coach Drake, if you know him, he's a fiery guy. He's only picked up 2 technicals, though, in his career. Coach Roovers tied him at that mark earlier. Skogsburg, by the way, came out. He now has 4 personal fouls. They'll want him back out there as soon as he possibly can get out there. Missed free throw, so it is back up to a 2-possession game. 42-38. Young Skogsburg all alone.
Misses it.
Missed his shot, goes back up, and this time he will head to the free throw line. 42-38, 5:22 4th quarter. I just got a silly text message. Our producer, who usually rolls with me, is with Centerville, who's also part of the Live Ticket TV family. Just got himself an overtime game, so keeping himself busy this evening. 42-38. I'll be hearing stories about that coming up on Thursday.
Sure, it'd be interesting if this game went to overtime, but I'm kind of hoping it doesn't.
Kind of hoping Beresford can pull it out in the end. Are you saying you're a little bit of a homer for the Watchdogs right now?
Probably.
5 points for Skogsburg. Back to just a 1-possession lead for the Watchdogs of 3. 42-39. Jumper off the mark. And again, Tate has yet to score in this second half.
It's kind of unlike him. It always seems to be an explosive player all throughout the game.
Hansen the drive. Kick over now to Trey. Trey will drive, and his shot was blocked away, but a reach-in foul called before the drive. The foul will go against John DeLay, picking up his first personal and the 6th team foul.
And now Coach Short is going to call a timeout. We'll step aside. We'll take the timeout with him. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
We all want to be happy, but sometimes that doesn't feel possible. But if you have hope, you have everything. Rising Hope Counseling provides high-quality mental health services with locations across South Dakota. Additionally, by providing telehealth, we ensure South Dakota's rural residents have access to high-quality mental health services. Our team lives and works in your communities, and we understand the unique challenges we face. Schedule an appointment by phone or online today. Rising Hope Counseling, offering hope, healing, and change.
42-39, 4:47 remaining here in the ball game after the timeout. Vermillion finds themselves with the sniper, the three-pointer. He doesn't miss. There's a reason he is nicknamed the sniper for those three-pointers right there. 8 points for Wyatt Gestring. We're tied. Drive, lost basketball, out of bounds.
Vermillion's getting really hyped right now. We're really going to need to see that from the Watchdogs here.
Hunter, the student section's at least back on their feet, but they need to start creating energy here at home.
Yeah, I'm not hearing much cheering from them. I don't know what's going on with them.
42-42, Hansen reach in. No, travel called instead. Aiden Ham looked like he reached in and ripped it away, but instead they call Hansen for a travel. 42-42, the thing is, this is still plenty of time left to go. 4:21 in the fourth. It's not like this one's going to be, we're in the final couple minutes of it. We still have both teams a chance to kind of pull away, if you will.
Yeah.
Atwood across the B logo. Work it inside, up with a shot, leaves it short. No, a charge taken by Young Skogsberg. A foul, the third that will go against Mason. 17 foul.
Oh, that puts them in bonus now, too.
Bonus the rest of the way for Vermillion. The sniper will come out of the ball game. Papa Drake just said something to him. And now a quick turnover. Oh, Van Otterloo just got left wide open, and he'll make it every single time.
They do not want to leave him wide open. He can make anything if he's by himself.
First points for Tate in this second half. He's got 15 for the ball game, and now a whistle. And team foul number 8, and it will be the fourth on Jake Goldbrish.
2 of our players with 4 team fouls. And both of them are still out on the court right now, too.
44-42. It's just a 1-1 for Trey Hansen. Trey will get the basketball. Dribbles it soft in his hand, puts up the free throw, and gets it to go. Trey Hansen with that now 10 points in the ball game. As a freshman, he has really grown up right in front of our eyes. Trying to hit and tie. He does.
Tied game now. Oh.
44-44. As we mentioned, a lot of time left to play. 3:45, fourth quarter. The right-handed dribble controlled by Ham. Makes his move, kicks back out. They go to the top with Atwood. Atwood, the dribble in between the legs. He's going to reset, go back to the B logo. Now over to Tate, guarded closely by Carter Hansen. He'll shoot the three. This one off the mark, rebounded by Young Skogsberg. Young Skogsberg, a reach-in foul that will go against Tate. Picking up his third personal, the 9th team foul, and more bonus upcoming. It's a 1-1.
Almost on a double bonus.
And a chance for Vermillion to take the lead. The 8th grader, Jay Drake, in his 15 years has never called up an underclassman. Free throw up. It's off the mark. We remain tied. 3:22, fourth quarter. Across the B logo, it's Ham. Ham, who's directing traffic, gets it to Goldbrish at the free throw line. The drive, the kick over to Ham. Ham, the drive baseline, kick back to the corner. Van Otterloo, three-pointer, goal!
Great play, great timing with that. We really needed that right now.
Tate with 18 points in the basketball game. 47-44, 2:53, fourth quarter. Hansen, the drive. Hansen trying to get free, lost it. Hansen trying to go back up with his shot, can't get the go. Head coach Jay Drake is frustrated. Quickly, Robinson steals it away. This one back and forth at the moment. Robinson, kick back out. Robinson, back to, Skogsberg to Robinson. Now Zoe will drive, his shot blocked away, and a foul was called.
That's probably going to be on Tate there, by the looks of it.
Oh, Jake is going over. Nope, they're going to call it on Jake, and he will foul out. Jake Goldbrish fouls out of the basketball game. He will finish with 5 points this evening. No, 7 points this evening in the ball game. 47-44. It is also double bonus, and it will be free throws, 2 of them for Robinson. It was a shooting foul no matter what, but still 2 free throws. Robinson, the first one, misses. 47-44, 2:28, fourth quarter. Again, Beresford 10-3 overall. Their only losses against number 1 Dakota Valley and twice against number 2 Sioux Valley. Robinson is able to hit the second free throw. He's got 6 points in the ball game. 47-45, 2:20, fourth quarter. Tate is guarded closely by Old Skogsberg, who's got 4 already. Now they get to James in the lane. James' shot was high off the glass, couldn't get the fall. Ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Beresford. 47-45, 2:10, fourth quarter. Robinson gets it to Hansen, who will calmly bring it across the B logo, and now a timeout called from head coach Jay Drake. He wants a full. We'll keep it right here. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Albers Painting in Lenox. Are you looking for a professional house painter in Lenox and the surrounding area? Well, big or small, new or old, personal or business, Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Check out their full list of interior and exterior house painting services at alberspainting.com. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Northern Plains Lumber with locations in Beresford and in Worthington. Northern Plains Lumber has anything you need from small projects to full restoration. Northern Plains Lumber has what you need for your next project. 47-45.
Ooh, close game.
Hunter never expected it to be this close.
I did not.
Hunter, are you sweating underneath that sweatshirt right now?
Yes, most definitely.
47-45, 2:03 remaining in the fourth quarter. It will be the Vermillion Tanagers with the basketball. The student section with a blackout night tonight is in it as they have their hands going in a fury. Robinson, the drive, his space is cut off by James. Back out, they work it. Now over to Trey Hansen, who will shoot the three. This one left short, and it falls into the weaning arms of Van Otterloo. Across the B logo, Van Otterloo bounce pass to James. James gives it back to Tate, who almost lost it. Tate, fade away, off the mark. Rebounded by James, and they say he was fouled. The foul will come against Trey Hansen. Hansen picks up his second personal and the 5th team foul. Just a simple inbound as it was not on a shot from James. They're going to go deep to Atwood. James almost ran into his own player. That would have been dangerous.
Yeah, I don't want to see that happen.
Under 90 seconds remaining in the basketball game. It's James, pump fakes, goes up with a shot, left it short, but it's gathered in by Ham, and now a timeout called from Coach Short. Hunter, I know you're not a basketball player, but start thinking, what are you drawing up here if you're Coach Short? Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Fiesta Foods. They're your local community connection for food with high-quality foods, friendly service, and great prices. Their family-owned store offers a convenient one-stop shop where you can find everything you need, from the everyday essentials to specialty items from all around the world. Also, tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop, which has now expanded with more room than ever before. Blaine's is your trusted source for auto body repair in Vermillion. From minor dents and scratches to full restorations, Blaine's can take care of it all, even the insurance. Sorry, I almost lost my headset there. That would have been kind of funny. All right, Hunter, would you draw up there?
I'd say Short, probably looking to quickly get it off to one of our star three-point makers like Tate or Andrew. Get it off to one of them fast, and hopefully they can score a three.
All right,
you're bigger lead, big lead.
You're drawing up the three is what you're telling me. We'll see if they decide to go with it, as it's Tate who has it. Jab steps one way, goes to the left. Back to Atwood, dribble in between the legs. Back over, now to Tate. He'll shoot the three, just as you said, off the mark. Fight for the rebound. Oh, a quick jump ball called. It will favor the Watchdogs. They will keep possession. 47-45, 53.8. Go deep to Atwood. You just called it, Hunter. Three-pointer. We'll see if the Watchdogs go with it again. Ham dribble against Trey Hansen. Almost lost it. In fact, it goes to Tate. Tate now loses it out of bounds.
Gives Vermillion a chance to get in the lead here with only 41 seconds left.
47-45, as you mentioned. A three-pointer takes the lead for Vermillion. The Tanagers came into tonight 5-7 overall, but battle-tested throughout the DAC-12 and Region 4A. Hansen the drive, leaves it short, loose basketball. It goes out of bounds.
They're going to call it.
The officials are going to get together and make their discussion. And they're going to save Vermillion.
On Tanger's side.
Nice job by the officials to get together. Head coach Jay Drake says he wants it along the near sideline. And they're going to give it. I don't think they're really. I think they are going to give it to the sideline. They're going to give it to the sideline, and it's going to be a timeout from head coach Jay Drake. And it looks like the shot clock is off as well with 30.5. So ultimately, Vermillion can hold for the last second shot. All right, Hunter, we're going to put you in the mind of Jay Drake here in just a moment. But tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Olson's Ace Hardware. Save on your everyday essentials at Olson's Ace Hardware, from big projects to the little things that keep the peace at home. Find it at your locally owned and operated Olson's Ace Hardware. He's a fiery, spirited guy. He loves his basketball. He's been around basketball his entire life. His dad still sits on the sidelines with him. What is head coach Jay Drake saying to his troops right now?
I'd say he's definitely going for a three, that's for sure. I can almost 100% guarantee that. Get him in the lead, but he's definitely going to want to hold out the ball till last seconds and try and get that three.
47-45, a 2-point lead for the Beresford Watchdogs. The shot clock is off, so Vermillion can hold for the last second shot. Here we go. Trying to inbound. Hansen will get it to his brother Carter, who has it corner. Carter gives it back to Trey, who pump fake for a moment, is going to reset back at the B logo. They wanted the quick three. They didn't get it. It's still a Trey. The drive, lost it. They say.
Travel! Let's go.
No contact. Wait, the officials are going to get together here. They're saying it was their contact with the ball, which would make it a non-travel. They do say
Beresford's ball. I'm assuming they're just going to hold it out, take the win here.
Vermillion will foul here. but they do say that there's no contact with the ball. So when Trey caught it back again, that was him actually taking 3 steps. They foul, 6-team foul. It does not mean bonus yet. 47-45. So it'll be inbound along the sideline. Carter grabbed his brother there, Trey, to make him stop talking to the official. Didn't want him to get in trouble. Again, Watchdogs will inbound. No more fouls to give. So next foul for Vermillion will give bonus to Beresford. They get it in. They need to find the right guy. Probably won the foul there, the big man, Mason Heiberger. But Carter Skogsberg was on him. And if Carter would have fouled him, that would have been the 5th team foul, or excuse me, the 5th personal foul on Carter. He would have fouled out. Ultimately, the foul goes against Aiden, and Aiden will have free throws upcoming.
Really gonna hope that he can score both of his free throws here.
47-45. Digging in. Ham. The free throw is good. So on the bonus, we will get one more.
Now all they can do is tie it up.
48-45. Second free throw to take a 2-possession lead is off the mark. Rebounded with Robinson. 7 seconds. Robinson with 6, 5. Robinson puts up the 3.
Misses. That's game.
Off the mark. 48-45. The Beresford Watchdogs get the win over the Vermillion Tanagers. Your final score, 48-45. Beresford hangs on to win. 11-3 overall. They finish. Vermillion falls to 5-8.
It was getting close there. I thought it was getting kind of worried at the end there.
Hunter, a lot closer than what you expected, right?
Yeah, definitely.
48-45 in the end, as the Beresford Watchdogs are able to hold off and get the victory. We do have more coming up here on our post-game show. We do want to apologize as well, as the huddle camera turned back over to its main screen there, and we got an orange. So again, it was a foul that gave Beresford Watchdogs a 1-and-1 opportunity to recap the end of the game. The first free throw was good. The second one was off the mark. Zone Robinson had a chance, but he had James right in front of his face and was not able to hit it in the end. In fact, didn't even hit iron because of Malachi James right there in his face. And in the end, the Beresford Watchdogs are able to get the victory in a low-scoring affair here. 48-45 is your final. Like I said, we have Coach Short and Coach Drake. They are both on the way with our post-game and your final game numbers. That is all on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. Ace is the only hardware retailer that carries Benjamin Moore paint at over 3,800 stores. With Benjamin Moore's premium quality, you can be confident you're getting the best. You can buy in store or order what you need online for curbside pickup or delivery. When you want the best, Benjamin Moore paint from Ace at participating stores.
Find Benjamin Moore paint and other great products at your locally owned Olson's Ace Hardware in Beresford.
Fiesta Foods in Beresford is a family-owned store that offers a convenient one-stop shop where you can find everything you need, from the everyday essentials to specialty items from around the world. Find their weekly ad on their website. Fiesta Foods also has the best selection of cut meats in their deli department, fresh bakery, and fresh produce. And no matter the season or holiday, Fiesta Foods has it all right there in store. Open 7 days a week. Fiesta Foods is your one-stop store right in the hometown of Beresford.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
It's a split doubleheader here on the evening as the Vermillion girls move to 15-0 on this season. As earlier in action, the Vermillion girls get the win 50-26, but here in the end, the Watchdog boys get the victory 48-45. Hunter, final thoughts here tonight for the Watchdogs as they were able to squeak it out. A lot closer, as you said.
Yeah, a lot closer than I thought it would be. In my opinion, I don't think they played the best that they could have against Vermillion, but, still came out with the win, and that's really all that's important.
Hunter, appreciate all your hard work for tonight. Thanks. We'll do it again soon, all right?
All right.
There he is, Hunter Penn. As we're going to catch up here quick with Tate Van Otterloo. We're also going to catch up with Coach Short. Let's switch out the headsets here. I'll say take a seat down, Tate. We'll catch up with you. Again, a great performance for Tate for the evening. And Tate, we got to ask you a question here quickly. And I guess I mentioned we'll get to Coach Short in just a little bit. You good there?
Yeah, I'm good.
So, answer the question. We had this. You can put that headset on. Go for it. We can make all three happen just like this. All right, technical glitch. We're back. Again, Coach Short joining us here, as well as Tate. Tate, first question. What are the shoe color?
I say tan. I don't know.
Is that blood, or is that supposed to be red?
It's like a pink color.
Oh, okay. Well,
$90, they're on sale.
Let's see, we had the question earlier of what color it was here in the broadcast. I thought we said tan.
Yeah.
Is what it was. $90 on sale?
Oh, yeah. They were $120, but got the sale.
There you go. Got to take advantage of it. Tate, you've been extremely special, and I know Coach Short has said a lot of great things about you. Coming in tonight, averaging 22 points, and my, oh my, things just seemed to work out perfectly for you in that first quarter.
No kidding.
What was right that you were able to really see and get the shots going early?
Oh, we were just pushing the ball well, so fast break layups are easy to go in, and when guys like Jake get rebounds and we can push it fast, it makes it easy for me.
You continue to have that pace and even starting to hit the three-pointer as well in that second quarter. What is it about stepping back from beyond the arc that you just see so easily, even though guys in your face?
I like doing it at practice because it's fun, so I do it in games too, so I do it a lot at practice.
And you just continued on there in the third and fourth quarter. I guess maybe not the third quarter as you were really starting to be taken away. What did Vermillion come out defensively that took you away?
They were stepping up closer to me because I know I like shooting that, but that just helps other guys step up and get their shots.
Well, as you enter into the fourth quarter, it is a close contest. What were you saying to the guys as the leader out there to make sure you guys just continue to battle tough?
I was letting them know that we still had more points than them, we were winning, but we were kind of acting like we were losing. So just kind of keep our head up and keep pushing through.
Well, able to hit some big shots down into that late fourth quarter and able to will your team to a victory, if you will. How great did that feel, getting out of here with a nice victory?
Feels great. We haven't beat them since I've been in high school. Last time we beat them was in 8th grade for us, my class, so it feels good beating them.
Now 11-3 on this season. How impressive has this season been playing with your guys?
It's been awesome. Last year, how many wins did we have? 8. Now we already have that in 14 games, so it's fun winning. I like it more than losing.
Well, Tate, keep on battling, and we'll keep on watching, all right?
All right, thank you.
There he is, Tate, here on our post-game show. Let's continue on. Let's go absolutely nowhere as we're joined with Coach Short. Coach?
It's always got to be stressful, right?
Did you think it was going to be easy tonight?
Oh, no. I knew for a fact Coach Drake is an awesome coach, and his guys, no matter what talent or skill level he has playing for him, they play hard no matter what. So we were expecting a dogfight to the end.
It was a dogfight. It was quick pace in that first quarter. Did you like running at that type of clip?
Yes, we are an athletic group, so any chance we get, we want to push the ball, spread them out. And when we have guys like Tate and Andrew, slashers that can get to the rim, the faster we go and the more spread out we make the other teams get on defense, it's positive for us.
Granted, you have a lead at halftime, but you could probably say it got to more of Coach Drake's tempo a little bit more, as you don't score as many points. In fact, just 9 points for your team in that second quarter. What were you saying at halftime trying to find the offense once again?
This might sound a little confident, but we have this saying where, all right, they had to play one half as hard as they did to keep up with us. Now it's time to go recharge, refuel, reset second half, and get after it. And we feel like we can put teams away in that second half. And we usually have a stronger third quarter, just because guys like Tate and Aiden and Jake, they're gamers. So the bigger the crowd, the louder it gets. I know I kind of relax a little bit because I know the balls, especially Tate. Tate, when he gets a couple shots going in and the crowd's on his side, he's going off, I know, for a couple three-pointers.
Yeah, continuing on with that, nothing to take away against this Vermillion team, but up by 11 in that third quarter. As you mentioned, maybe a little bit of, not lackadaisical, but you felt good about where you were at.
Yep.
What was about the fourth quarter that all of a sudden Vermillion able to grab mojo quickly?
Yeah, their crowd got into it, so props to them. They got into it. A couple shots went in. We had a couple guys in foul trouble. Jake fouled out there with about 3.5, 4 minutes left. Malachi James came in, stepped up. But yeah, foul trouble. Not trying to get those calls. Allowed us to not be as physical as we wanted to in the fourth quarter. And props to them. They made some shots down the end, and we were just lucky enough to. The time stopped when it did.
Yeah, because it seemed like that lead got all of a sudden just tied up there with still about 4 or 5 minutes left to play, and it stayed right there at that moment. Last 2 minutes, what were you saying to the guys? Because that was kind of when you had the lead, but you were just hanging on. It seemed like Vermillion was about to take the lead any moment. What were you saying to your crew?
Well, we've been hearing the hype in town here and in the school, and I just told them in timeout that if we're going to live up to this hype, this is what the moments are made of. This is why we play basketball, and nothing to take away from our guys last year, but I feel like past Watchdogs, we would have given up that lead at the end, and this year we have a different group of guys with a different mentality, and we came through, and I'm super proud of them. Like I said, we had foul troubles. We had guys. Seth James is injured his ankle. John DeLay went home today sick. So we were pulling guys into new roles off the bench that I'm proud of how they came in and stepped up.
I don't want this to sound wrong, take nothing away from what's coming up on your schedule, but the next couple of games are teams that are on the downside. Let's be honest, the way it is. So how do you make sure this intensity you saw from your guys tonight, now 11-3, continues to carry over into the next couple of weeks as things kind of expand out a little bit more?
Thursday we play Madison. They've been playing really well lately. They play a 2-3 zone. They'll play that the entire game. They got two really athletic big guys. Aiden Jensen's been going off lately. I think his last game he had 40-something points. So we'll have to prepare for them. They're no joke. We haven't had success against Madison in the last 17, 20 years. I think we're 0-17 against Madison.
Oh, my goodness.
So we're excited. We're about making history, and we're excited to go down there and get our first W in the last couple decades.
Well, you talk about making history, and before I let you go, this season continues to be exciting, as we know. I'm hoping that you guys can get out of that 4 or 5 spot.
I know.
And it's going to be tough no matter the first round draw you get with this region, but then Dakota Valley waiting in the wings. What's the grind now like the rest of the guys? Just continue to keep them focused and just keep them having fun with this season.
Well, our goal from the get-go has been to host a regional game, and I couldn't tell you the last year we hosted a playoff game. We're usually one of those teams that are going to the DVs or the T's, the Vermillions, where it's very tough to play at any time, and then you put playoffs on top of that, the gym's packed, and we would love to have that atmosphere on our side. And like I said, we got gamers, and get a win, host a game, get a win. The football team has proven that you get into the playoffs, anything's possible. So we're excited. Our goal, like I said, is just to host a game, and then from there we'll take it one game at a time.
Coach Short, thank you for the time. Keep on grinding this season.
Thank you.
All right,
it's fun. Thank you for having me.
You betcha. There he is here, Ben Short, here on the post-game show. As again, his crew is able to get that victory, 48-45, a 3-point victory over the Vermillion Tanagers. We are going to see if we can't get a Vermillion Tanager player, or if not, actually let's take a quick timeout, and when we come back, we'll at least catch up with head coach Jay Drake, get his final thoughts on tonight, and wrap things up. That's all on the way here on Live Ticket TV.
Customer service is more than just a word. It's what Jensen Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance does every day.
We have more companies than most agencies in town. We're able to find a competitive market for each family. We're able to farm that out, quote it with each of our carriers, including Auto Owners Insurance, of course, and see where it best fits.
In Sioux Falls, Beresford, and Elk Point, go to jensenagencyonline.com to find out more. Jensen Insurance Agency, building relationships since 1944.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old? Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today, and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Well, before we wrap things up here this evening, we're going to catch up with head coach Jay Drake on our post-game show. As again, the Vermillion Tanagers, it seems like this has been a theme so far this season, splitting games, as it was a close one for the Vermillion boys. Not quite able to get it done, falling 48-45. The Vermillion girls, though, moved to 15-0 on this season, and now have a chance at winning a share of the DAC 12 title coming up on Thursday And then on Saturday, it's number 1 versus number 2 in Class A. That is coming up. Of course, we'll have all the coverage right here on Live Ticket TV, your new home for Vermillion Athletics. Of course, we've had even wrestling here on Live Ticket TV as well. So have had plenty of sports. It's just sometimes hard when you get spread out thin and guys going each and every way. Of course, the wrestling team was at home, and it's been great catching up with Gary Culver throughout this season for interviews and all the time that he has spent with the wrestling crew as well. Always appreciate his hard work and wish his boys the best of luck as they're getting ready for the region tournament coming up here in Jeepers 2 weeks time, coming up on February 17th. So that's quickly on the way. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV has been brought to you by Precision Lawn Care and Irrigation. Save yourself time, money, and energy with a custom designed irrigation system from Precision Irrigation and Lawn Care. They are fully licensed, bonded, and insured, so they have the peace of mind knowing that you are protected and are being served by professionals. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Rising Hope Counseling. They provide services for individual, couples, children, and family counseling, as well as anger evaluations and anger management training. They are committed to helping people who are experiencing emotional, psychological, personal, or family problems to increase hope and fulfill their treatment goals for a better life. We were not able to catch up with a player tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers, but we're still awaiting head coach Jay Drake to come up here and get his final thoughts on this evening's game. A great game for his crew. It saw a couple different players finish with double figures, including Trey Hansen. He finished with 11 points tonight, and also Carter Skogsberg finishing with 10 points on the evening. Tate Van Otterloo, as we caught up with him here on the post-game show, finished with 18 points for the Beresford Watchdogs. Appreciate, again, the Watchdog family for making this possible. A big shout to Renee James as well, who went and gathered the coaches and the players to make these interviews possible for this evening. So a big shout to Renee for making that possible for tonight. But again, the final score just didn't quite fall for the Vermillion boys, but again, for the Vermillion girls, it gets it done, 50-26. As he slaps on the headset, we're joined with head coach Jay Drake on the post-game show. I know you're going to talk and say, hey, it wasn't quite the 32 minutes that we wanted in the end, but this was a 32 minutes that saw your guys go down and saw your guys take a big punch in that third quarter and respond back perfectly. We talk about the way this season has gone. Is that the way you've always wanted these guys to respond back?
Well, yeah. I mean, from the standpoint of our guys getting back in the basketball game, that was nice and everything. The frustrating part is what we talked about. Our guys, and we've got to learn as a basketball team, and when we start talking about some of our better teams over the years, the big difference is in games like this over the years, we've put ourselves in position in the fourth quarter to kind of dictate the second half of the fourth quarter, meaning both offensively and defensively. And, the urgency, and I know it's a game of runs and momentum and all this, but, a 3-point game at halftime, we didn't have a good third quarter. Mm-hmm. And you're putting yourself in a huge hole, down 11 going into the fourth. Now, great job by our guys battling back. But we've got to get over the hump in some of these games, and the tough thing, the stretch we're on right now, mm-hmm. and going in, you look at 2 of our next 3 games, Sioux Falls Christian and Dakota Valley. It's tough enough the way it is, and so when you have opportunities, we finally get it tied up, and midway through the fourth, we had 3 possessions where we could have taken the lead, and they put a little pressure on us, but even the pressure, I didn't think it was great pressure. We just didn't handle it. We had 2 turnovers out of it, and then we also had a front end of a 1-and-1 we missed. So 3 different times we have an opportunity to maybe go up 2, 3, who knows, maybe 4 or 5, a couple possessions. And where our team and what our guys got to learn is that then, not just the momentum, we had gotten our crowd into it and stuff, and you got momentum, but that maybe then, we kind of had them on the run, but even from a momentum, maybe they even panic some more if we go up a possession or 2. We never really put them in panic mode because they kept it, even though it was tied, and then they could take the lead again. And those are things we have to capitalize. We had our opportunities, and we didn't take care of the basketball, and we didn't step up. And I don't know what we were total from the free throw line anytime you lose a 1-possession game. But I think at halftime we'd gotten there 10 times, but there's a lot of 1-for-2s at the free throw line. In the second half, I think we missed a couple front ends of 1-and-1s, and when you look up in a one-possession game, those are all things that add up. I know everything gets magnified kind of the last 2 minutes, but those are the things that set in the stage for the last 2 minutes. And my gut says I'm going to look at the free throws tonight and say, well, that might have been the difference.
One of the difference makers in the first half, not the second half maybe as much, Tate Van Otterloo. What was the halftime adjustment that you really started to take him out of the game?
Well, one, he's a good basketball player,
Yep.
obviously. 6'4", can rise up, shoot it from 25 feet, can get in the paint, so you got to respect that. Can finish, gets out in transitions, got a pull-up jumper. So, I thought Carter Hansen did a pretty good job on him. I didn't think in the first half there's a couple times on ball screens we didn't hedge hard enough. Getting him going a different direction and, fighting over the top, and he got some easy ones off that. I think he had 11 in the first 17, 13 at halftime. I don't think he scored in the third, finished with 18 or so, I think, and we did a better job in the second half. But, the other thing is I thought there was a stretch in the third quarter, part of the reason they got up 11, but also late in the game, we just got outworked on the boards. Offensive boards, extra possessions, helping them out. And that's the stuff that's, we told our group, that's the frustrating thing because you don't have to be the most skilled basketball players anymore. I thought the key kids for them maybe in the second half were Ham, Goblish, and the James kid off the bench.
Yeah.
And it was all just hustle plays, loose balls, offensive rebounds. Those are things that can help a team, and they might not always show up in the box score, and they got way more of those tonight, and that's disappointing because we like to take pride in thinking that we are the ones that maybe get some of those plays. And what our kids got to learn from that is that's how you can help our basketball team too. I think sometimes people and moms and dads think they just look at the offensive end. There's your opportunity to really help us as a team, and we didn't get that done tonight.
As you mentioned, you have a makeup game, which I know is going to be so difficult because I can only imagine, 5, 6 o'clock, these guys have to wake up on Saturday. As you mentioned, I call them number 2, Sioux Falls Christian, but they're number 3 according to the media, and then number 1, Dakota Valley, who has taken no prisoners so far this season, which we expected. How do you make sure the mindset is right heading through these next 7 days?
Yeah, that's the tough thing, and I wish I had a magic answer because we just got after them pretty hard in the locker room right now. But that's also the urgency, and our guys got to understand is from a coaching staff standpoint, one, we felt we could get this game tonight.
Yeah.
That's the first thing, but also from an urgency standpoint and realizing what's looking in front of us. I felt should have played with a little bit more energy and passion, a little more effort, especially on the boards, to go make sure we get something. And it would have gave us good confidence, going into the stretch. And now, you let one of these slip away and you feel like, maybe, if we did this or that. And now you're staring, like you said, I'm the same way. I think DV's number 1. I think Christian's the second best team in Class A. No disrespect to Sioux Valley, but that's how I feel. And that's 2 of our next 3 games. And the one in between is a game at 10:15 in the morning, which you're traveling up to Madison, and who knows, So it is a very tough stretch, and like anything in life, you got to figure things out. You got to kind of get up, dust yourself back off again, and get after it. But our guys got to get our heads up. But we also got to learn. We're down to a month left in the season. I think down to 7 regular season games, and we're trying to play our best basketball. And tonight at times some positives, but also it wasn't our best basketball either.
Well, let's go grab some mojo and see if we can't go get Sioux Falls Christian, all right?
All right, thanks a lot, Heath.
There he is, head coach Jay Drake here on the post-game show. And with that, it will also wrap up our coverage here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Watchdogs Live. First, I want to give a big shout out to all Beresford for making this possible for tonight, including our players who helped us out, if you will, up here in production, helping out Gavin Stewart. On the girls' game, Easton Boom, and on the boys' game, Hunter Penn. Of course, I can't say enough thanks for Renee James and also Jared Olson for helping all this come together over the past few months, and also being part of volleyball, football, and now basketball. Hopefully to keep working with them in the near future and down the road. Otherwise, your final scores once again, Vermillion girls get the victory 50-26, move to 15-0 on the season, a share at the DAC 12 title coming up on Thursday. And for the Vermillion boys, they drop to 5-8 overall. Until our next broadcast for Vermillion Tanagers Live on Thursday, have yourself a wonderful rest of your evening.